Morning and welcome. The time is now 8:30 and I would like to call the November 21st, 2025 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council to order. Mr. Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Kent Howe,
Here.
Cindy Condon,
Here.
Marcy Grail. Here. Ann Byer. Here. Patty Perry. Here. Mr. Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Are there any agenda modifications?
Mr. Chair, there is one agenda modification. As I indicated in the email to council members on Wednesday of this week, Pine Gate Renewables has withdrawn their request for Amendment 1 of the Sunstone Site Certificate. So that agenda item, which is D, I believe, will no longer occur. I will have something more to say about that at the end of my secretary report.
Okay. So I have the following announcements. For council members and anyone addressing the council, please remember to state your name clearly and please do not use the speakerphone feature as it will create feedback. Please mute your phones, and if you are joining us by phone and receive a phone call, please hang up from this call and dial back in after finishing your other call. For those signed on to the webinar, please do not broadcast your webcam. For agenda item B, modernization rulemaking public hearing, and D, Sunstone Solar Project Amendment 1 public hearing, and E, public comment period. Here are 3 ways to let us know you're interested in providing comments to the council. And this won't apply to item D because that one we will not be hearing. But here's the council comment provisions to follow. For those in person, please fill out our registration card and submit to Nancy Hatch. For those using the WebEx, you'll need to use the raise your hand feature. And for those on the phone only, you'll need to press *3, which will alert us that you want to speak. And we'll go over these options again during those agenda items. If you want to receive future email notifications of council meetings, project milestones, or rulemakings through our Click Dimensions program, you can do so by clicking on the link in the agenda or on the council webpage. Look for the green box on the right-hand side of the page that says sign up for email updates. You're also welcome to access the online project mapping tool and any documents visiting our website. Please note that the audio and video of this meeting is being recorded and may be posted to the council's website following the meeting. Energy Facility Council meetings shall be conducted in a respectful and courteous manner where everyone is allowed to state their positions at the appropriate times consistent with council rules and procedures. Willful, accusatory, offensive, insulting, threatening, insolent, or slanderous comments which disrupt the council meeting are not acceptable pursuant to Oregon Administrative Rule 345-011-0080. Any person who engages in unacceptable conduct which disrupts the meeting may be expelled. So our next item is the consent calendar. We have approval of the October 23, 24, 2025 minutes. Councilor Byer.
Okay, come on. So how I move that we accept the minutes from the October meeting.
Okay, do we have a second? Councilor Grail.
I move that I second the motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I wasn't present, so I'll abstain from this vote. Mr. Secretary, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer.
Yeah.
Kent Howe, but noted for abstention. Patty Perry.
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And so now it's time for the council secretary report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I previously informed council members that we have 2 new compliance officers. So Brett Farman and Hannah Satine, both are here today. Great. So a good opportunity for them to come and see how the council meeting works. They'll be at future council meetings to do presentations on compliance. But if you get an opportunity, please just say hi during breaks today. I have a couple project updates. The first is the Speedway Energy Facility. So this is a proposed 1,400 megawatt combined wind and solar generation project with 500 megawatts of battery storage in Sherman County. The facility is proposed by Brookfield Renewable US. The department received the notice of intent on October 24th. A project page has been set up. It includes the notice of intent. So we are in the process of working on a notice to the public and others who have signed up to receive notices, as well as initiating or establishing a public information meeting that could occur kind of adjacent to the council meetings dates in January, but that's still to be determined. The next update is the Cascade Renewable Transmission System. I've talked about this multiple times, but just as an update or a reminder, this is a proposed 320 kV direct current transmission line that would be sited mostly in the bed of the Columbia River. A few places it would be on the outside, but mostly inside, and it would meander kind of across the state lines in Oregon and Washington. The facility is proposed by PowerBridge LC and Sun 2O Partners LLC. This project will require federal and Washington state approval as well as Oregon's approval. So we do anticipate a preliminary application coming to us in early 2026. They have already initiated their federal review. So the National Environmental Policy Act, because it's in the bed of the Columbia River, that triggers the NEPA review. The lead federal agency is the Army Corps of Engineers. So that process is undergoing and still kind of early. The applicant also on October 6th submitted their application to your counterparts in Washington, the Washington State Site Evaluation Council. So they're running a little bit earlier than our process. As a requirement, they also do a type of public information meeting. And so they held 3 public information meetings this week in each of the counties that are adjacent to the Columbia River where the project is occurring. So Clark County, Squamish County, and Klickitat County. And Chris Clark, not here yet. So Chris Clark is the senior siting analyst for the Department of Energy, who's the lead on the project for Oregon. He attended all 3 of those meetings. So if you have any thoughts or questions, we can kind of bring him up and provide you an update today or at some point in the future. And then consistent with our statutory requirements, we have been working mostly, Chris, with the federal government and Washington State to coordinate the reviews and trying to minimize any duplication of work that has to be done by the applicant. Okay, any questions on those before I move on?
Councilor Byer?
If we can get an update on the response from the Washington state counties, maybe at the next meeting, that would be great, just to see what the pulse is on the other side of the river. Thank you.
Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. Cindy Condon, for the record. Do you know if people on the on the Oregon side were invited to those meetings, or?
I'm sure that they probably did, broad notification, maybe not property owner notification, but I'm sure, in the newspapers and anybody who's tracking the project likely would have found out about it. So I couldn't tell you exactly what notification that they did. But similarly, when we get an application, when it's complete, we'll do public information meetings similarly, along there. And I would imagine that we'll get people from the Washington side coming over as well.
Thanks.
Okay. I have some compliance updates. Forward the slide. There we go. So there are 2 incidences that occurred after last council meeting. sort of. The first one is Shepherd's Flat North. So this is a 265 megawatt wind facility consisting of 106 turbines in Gillum County. The project has been in operation since 2012 and is owned by BEP SF Holdings LLC. Say that again. So we had received a notification from them in May. So this is a late update to council. They provided an update and was sent to Dwayne Kilsdorf, our former compliance officer, when he was on leave, and it just got lost. So totally on our responsibility. That was our fault. They provided the notification timely and promptly. It just got lost in the shuffle with Dwayne being out. So that's why I'm providing you the update now. But the issue was that on May 23rd, during a turbine lockout, a subcontracted employee's hand got caught in a rotating brake disc, resulting in the amputation of 3 fingers. He was life flighted out. My understanding is fine, but obviously lost 3 fingers. So it's kind of a big deal. And then the next one, Bigelow Canyon. As a reminder, 450 megawatt wind facility consisting of 217 wind turbines in Sherman County. The project has been operational since 2007 and is owned by Portland General Electric. On October 24th, a blade stud was found on the ground near turbine 335. Turbine was taken offline to be inspected for damages, and the incident is still open. So we're still evaluating what the root cause was. Next slide, please. Okay, so one of the things we talked about this with prior updates to council is one of the requirements of every certificate holder is that they provide an annual essentially report of the meeting all of their conditions of approval. So for most facilities, they have to submit those by April 30th, and that's for the prior calendar year. So in this case, most of them submitted, near the end of April 2025, but it was for calendar year 2024. So we then evaluate all of those, try to conduct site inspections if possible, and then try to determine if they're compliant with all the conditions of approval. So having more resources now, more staffing resources, allows us probably more efficiency, but also the ability to dig into some of the questions more carefully and thoroughly. You'll probably see more updates like this moving forward. So during the review of the 2024 annual compliance reports, we did preliminarily find several facilities non-compliant with conditions of approval. So based on what they submitted to us, there was not enough evidence to show that they actually were meeting the conditions of approval. So again, the key word here is preliminarily. So we gave them the opportunity to provide additional information to prove that they actually are in compliant. These are the ones where most recently that we found that. So Bigelow Canyon, I already provided you an update as to what the project was. So to close out, if you recall, in 2022, a turbine blade detached from one of the wind turbines, pitched out 100 meters into an adjacent farm field. So as of to close out that incident, we required Portland General Electric to provide blade bolt torque check data. Basically, how frequently are they going through and checking the bolts on each of those turbine blades to make sure that they are, solid. So the data was intended to show the efforts that they're making to consistently evaluate the bolts that adhere the blades to the nacelle. This data was not included in the 2024 report. So we are seeking for them to provide that consistent with that requirement that closed out that incident. So that annual review is still ongoing. Klondike 3, this is a 300 megawatt wind facility consisting of 176 wind turbines in Sherman County. It's been operational since 2007 and is owned by Avangrid Renewables. There was a lack of documentation on the status of the weed control plan relative to the project site and the habitat mitigation area. So if you recall, habitat mitigation areas are typically off-site. So while we know there is a contract for weed management with Sherman County, there was a lack of details showing exactly what they did and how that adhered to, both the weed management plan and, for both those areas. So since we sent that to them, they did respond. This issue has been resolved. This is one of these ongoing things that as we're holding people more accountable to providing better data, hopefully next year they will all be better and more clear with the data that they provide. But in this case, we gave them an opportunity, and then the Avangrid staff did meet with Odo staff and provided additional information showing the weed treatments and the seeding occurred for revegetation. So based on that, we do believe that the issue has been resolved, and they have shown that they meet that condition. And again, provided them more direction as to what they need to provide next year for the 2025 annual report. Golden Hills, this is a wind project, 200 megawatts, consisting of 51 turbines in Sherman County, operational since 2022 and also owned by Avangrid Renewables. So there was a lack of documentation to confirm that the turbines were inspected or maintained. Again, we believe they likely did that, but they just didn't provide the documentation to actually show that they did that. Similarly to the last incident, they have provided that data since then, and the issue has been resolved. So again, we're comfortable that they actually did it. They provided the data to show that they did it, and hopefully this will be clear for them and future certificate holders or other certificate holders to provide good detailed data that make it clear and obvious that they are adhering to their conditions of approval.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. Could you refresh my memory? One, I think this is a fabulous report, format and information. But for instance, on Bigelow Canyon hazardous waste, so on the data or action required, so it says data if available for 2024 and future reporting. If they were required to have the data in 2024 and it's not available, is that just a miss? And then second question is, can you remind me, what's the next step? So if there's not compliant, if this goes on into 2026, what's the future action on our part?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of ways that these can be handled. One is, as I kind of articulated, they just didn't, do an adequate job of showing that they actually did what they're required to do. So part of this is provide us the information, document that you've actually done it. And in a lot of these instances, that's the case. There can be an issue of, well, okay, you didn't meet it, and we give them direction, do this better next year. We push them towards getting into compliance. It's still an issue, that they're not adhering to a condition of approval, and maybe they didn't during 2024, but hey, let's move in that direction of getting towards compliance. And so we give them clear direction as how to resolve that, how to document that, how to fix that, and then there's that next level where, okay, this is a big deal. You didn't do it. You were required to do it. There are significant issues here. We could issue a notice of violation and start going down that path. We've not done that on any of them yet. None of them have risen to that sort of significance, but that is possible.
And just to follow up, so this, if available for 2024, we don't know if it's available or not. It truly is if it's available.
Yeah, I mean, if they didn't do it, if they didn't do what they were required to do, they may not have any documentation from 2024 to provide to us. And again, how significant is it? Are they adhering to the condition of approval? Short answer is no, they didn't. But again, how significant is it? And is it just let's move in that direction, let's get you to compliance? And that's where most of them are probably going to be. Only the really significant, maybe egregious ones where it's legitimately worthwhile pursuing a notice of violation and, making that very clear to them that this is not acceptable and you need to, get there now.
Okay, thank you.
So, and this is also, I think, important as we have the compliance rules are ongoing. We've initiated that kind of the informal rulemaking. So staff is doing that evaluation, but as you're getting this kind of information from me and others, think about how you want these rules to work in the future. So I think that hopefully more information, more knowledge will help then feed the ideas of, what are we doing now versus what we can or should be doing in the future.
We just heard a lot about Bigelow Canyon, and so, yeah.
And as we, and you do hear a lot about Bigelow Canyon. And we are very interested in, they are making some significant efforts, now, and according to them, should resolve a lot of these issues. To be determined, but they are investing a lot of resources into that facility to make it better and deal with, some of these, maybe not first generation, but early generation wind turbines that have continually created problems. So again, I don't know if that will resolve everything, but the expectation by them and by us is it will resolve a lot of these things that we're seeing from Bigelow Canyon.
Thank you.
Counselor Byer.
I think you've just made my point that we're getting to the stage where a number of these projects are 20 years old and the technology has changed and the equipment is older. And thinking about how we, or the Department of Energy, develops their compliance schedule to maybe pay a little more attention to these older facilities. And I don't know if that's happening. Many of them are operating as designed, but it's just 20 years out, things happen, so.
These are
And
big
we're starting to
mechanical
see that.
instruments,
Yeah.
that are subject to some pretty harsh weather. I mean, the whole design of them is to spin in the wind and, you do get, fatigue from facilities. There's constant efforts to, maintain them, but we are seeing some of the projects repower. So they're changing the turbine blades and the nacelles, and then others, they're like, in this case, PG is doing something a little different. It's not like a repower, but it's sort of a repower light in some ways.
Counselor Graham.
For the record, this is Marcy. I just, as the projects change, I mean, some of them get built, they subcontract them out, they're not maintaining them. And I always am concerned that when things are bought, sold, contracts, and let's be extremely blunt, times are tough right now. And maintenance sometimes get pushed and kicked down the can. And so I'm very excited to have our new teammates present, because I think the idea of having approvals, but the logistics of money, parts, there's a lot of things that go in it. So I would just encourage, our developers to be very prudent in their actions. Yes, machines break. We all know that, but the obligation that you took, you've got to own all of it.
Well said.
Thank you. Okay, so getting into some other elements. So the Oregon Energy Strategy, you had a couple presentations, by the staff members who are working on that. And I believe Janine, the Odo director, talked about that when she did her presentation. It was issued last week. So as a reminder, this Oregon Energy Strategy was required based on House Bill 3630 from the 2023 session. So it's now out. I will early next week send you a link to the energy strategy. There are some limited elements related to siting. Part of it's, how we're doing business, but a lot of it is, what happens when, projects are permitted and why aren't they getting constructed? As we hear a lot, there is sort of the narrative, oh, it's the permitting and siting, and while we can always be more efficient and effective, projects that get they get approved often don't go into construction or, are, constructed with less than what was approved. So why is that happening? That's some of the elements in the energy strategy that is sort of directive to be looked at. And then following up on the energy strategy yesterday, Governor Kotek issued Executive Order 2529. Similarly, I'll send that out to everybody early next week as well. largely what that executive order is about is kind of directing the implementation of the energy strategy. But there is some additional language in there related to energy facility siting. So since it just came out, I'm not really prepared to, give you any kind of updates on that. But we'll, at the next council meeting, when we've had a chance to really look into it and kind of figure out what that truly means for us.
Vice Chair Condon.
Yeah, just a comment and partly not defending our work, but I know when we review applications for site certificates, there has generally been, and I realize this will change, a statement that the project will start construction within 3 years. And I think I've read that in most all of the applications I've seen. And so I guess my expectation is that that is an honest statement and they are making ready for that. So the length of time, the complaint, it takes us so long because FSET takes. So the process is so long. It's hard for me to reconcile, but they're coming into it with all the information they have and making a statement to us. We're going to begin construction in 3 years, and generally construction will be completed by a certain time. And if we're not supposed to take that as fact, our job is done when this, not done, but the site certificate is issued. And it does surprise me that it takes so long after and we get so many amendment requests for extension. So.
Yeah, and that is one of the elements, again, in the energy strategy that's being looked at, limitations on transmission, power purchase agreements, the interconnect, all of those things. What are the other elements that are out there?
Right.
Are there, sort of the, elements related to wind turbines and solar panels even available on the market? Are there, people that are, able to construct these facilities? Is there financing for them? There's a lot of other things outside, the permitting and review process, that are complex and have to be kind of aligned as well. And that's where I think the energy strategy, really wants to look at and explore that. Because again, we hear all the time, it's siting and permitting. And again, the data doesn't really reflect that in the fact that, a lot of these projects that the council approves don't immediately go into construction. Some never do, and they terminate. Others do a portion of what was approved. So again, what is happening out there in the market outside of the siting and permitting?
Thank you.
Next, the future council meetings. So the next one is December 18th and 19th. So this one, we're only going to need the 19th, not the 18th. So Thursday we won't need, and the meeting is proposed to be in Salem. So we're kind of working on that right now. Because of the holidays, it'll be earlier in the month. So Nancy's hard at work on getting that one set up as well. And I'm the one who's kind of behind on getting some things done, which I promise I will soon. And then January is the 15th and the 16th. So we do anticipate meeting both of those days right now. So staff is working really hard on the Bigelow Canyon Amendment 4. If that one is ready to go, then we would have the public hearing Thursday night in Sherman County, and then likely the council meeting on the Friday, the 16th in the Dalles. There's not a lot of great places to stay in Sherman County. So we would likely have the public hearing Thursday night, stay in the Dalles, and then just have the Friday meeting in the Dalles. That is currently the expectation, but to be determined, and we'll be in touch with you about that. Okay, last on my list is getting back to the Sunstone Solar Project Amendment 1, which, as I indicated, has been withdrawn. So there will be no public hearing today. Representatives of Pine Gate Renewables are here today and have requested to provide some context directly to council regarding the withdrawal of the project and likely the future, or the amendment, and then likely kind of what's happening with the project. So you guys like to come up? So you're gonna have to press the button if one turns red, and then please state your name.
Turns red.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, I'm good to go. All right, everyone. My name is Mark Crowell. I'm a vice president of project development at Pine Gate Renewables. Thank you all for the time to be able to provide a quick update today on Pine Gate and the Sunstone Solar projects. As you all may or may not be aware, Pine Gate and certain of its subsidiary companies, including the Sunstone Solar projects, voluntarily initiated a Chapter 11 restructuring that started earlier this month. And as such, would like to, kind of take a few moments here to just update and provide an update on that process, what that means for Pine Gate and Sunstone Solar as well. First and foremost, the withdrawal doesn't reflect any substantive problems with the Sunstone projects or any issues with the amendment that was in process. The Sunstone projects have always been, really great assets that enjoy broad community support, and they continue to be that, even in light of, what's going on with Pine Gate Renewables. But the withdrawal was rather intended to just facilitate a more efficient process moving forward and streamline any potential like transfer of ownership that may ultimately need to happen once this Chapter 11 process ultimately runs its course. So Pine Gate felt that it would be best for the project to just withdraw at this time, allow some of that certainty on what the future owner may be to materialize over the next several weeks, and then ultimately move forward with the amendment process when that certainty is in hand. And I think secondly, it doesn't mean the project is stopping at all. So as part of the Chapter 11 process, we've got over $400 million of funds to continue to push forward and maintain the projects under Pine Gate's umbrella, including the Sunstone projects. And as a result of that, all the Pine Gate staff, including myself and others, will still be available to work on the amendment, any future transfer of ownership, be available to, the staff and the council if there's any questions, and continue to push the project forward. So, Sunstone has been a priority for our company for a long time. It's going to continue to be that way even in this, the next several weeks. And so we still remain very committed to, pushing the project forward and making sure it's in the best position to ultimately move forward here, likely at the start of the next year. And so that is the last thing I'd like to touch on. It should be a fairly quick process. So we expect it all to totally wrap up in very early January. We'll make sure to update the staff and the council as we get more information on who the ultimate owner may be and what that means for the Sunstone projects. But do expect it to be a relatively quick process overall. So I'd like to thank everybody for the work that they've done on the amendment to date as well. I do expect that we will come back, or a future company will come back to pick up the amendment really where it was left off, and likely almost identical manner as to what was in process. So just wanted to reiterate that the project itself is still in a really good position. It's just a little bit of a hiccup, overall. We'll continue to push forward here at the beginning of next year.
Secretary Cornet.
Yeah, and just one sort of additional thing. So, Pine Gate has been working on the pre-construction condition review for phase 1, which is 200 megawatts of solar and 200 megawatts of battery storage. That is ongoing.
Councilor Gray.
For the record, this is Marcy Grail, and I just want to say, we talk about it a lot, that the involvement, not just from our staff resources, but community. And I would just like to state that I believe your transparency demonstrates a huge amount of respect, not only to the state of Oregon, but the people who are doing this work. And I hope that everything does go as planned and wraps up quickly. But I really appreciate you not taxing our resources at a time when they could be applied. Otherwise, I think you heard Vice Chair Condon, just mention the delays and things that happen. So the transparency is very much respected and appreciated.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing today. And this, and I wish you good fortune and that the project continues and whatnot. But I guess the way this happened, and this is maybe more for staff, is after reviewing the material for today and then receiving the notice that there was a bankruptcy filing, and I'm not really familiar with bankruptcy, but I know it certainly can be significant to an organization. And it caused me to think more about how we deal with bankruptcy as part of the organizational expertise. And that we don't have notice, I don't know when the filing for bankruptcy was, but I have never heard talk about if we have a notice for a change of ownership, but not for change of financial condition. And I consider a bankruptcy filing as a change in financial condition. And that notice should be provided to us because we have granted approval for the site certificate based on financial information, maybe somewhat limited, but and so it changed my thinking about what are we prepared for as we go into some pretty uncertain times with a number of projects out there. And I do appreciate you certainly coming forward and saying, hey, okay, change, we're gonna pull back now, but just more broadly. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Counselor Byer?
Thank you. This is Counselor Byer. For the record, just to follow up to Vice Chair Condon, making sure council is well aware of the transfer of ownership provisions in our statutes and administrative rules, just so we can, on our end, make this as seamless as possible if there's a way to make it seamless, because I know we have standards related to the transfer, but are there things we should be looking at and aware of? So thank you, and thank you again for coming to visit with us, and best wishes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Cornett?
Just a response to Councilmember Byers' comment. So just, the way the requirements work is if there is intending to be a transfer, there's a notification kind of provision in the rules, which they've done. They've provided that notification. And then anybody who they intend to sell it to, whether they have or already, sold it to or intend to, doesn't really make a difference for us. That still has to occur through a transfer amendment. So they could sell it to anybody, and if council doesn't allow for a transfer amendment, that person or that entity can't build, own, and operate the facility. So it's a two-part process where they have to find somebody who's willing to purchase the facility or anybody. And then they have to meet the financial assurance and organizational expertise requirements as well. So that's really what happens in a transfer amendment. You're looking at that new entity, making sure they have all of the abilities to build, own, operate, and retire the facility, just like, anybody would be from scratch. So that is going to be what the analysis will have to occur. So, if an amendment comes in and it's a transfer and a split, well, the proposed order has already been issued for the split. All that work has been done. That doesn't need to be redone, but the amendment would be inclusive of a transfer and that analysis for a new entity.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you all.
And that concludes my secretary report, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Let's see. Next item, we're a little late, but that's okay. Yeah, is the modernization rulemaking public hearing. Tom Jackman is the citing policy analyst and rules coordinator for this, and will lead us through the overview of the draft rules and rulemaking process, and then conduct the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, just one clarification. Yeah, we had a time certain of 8:50 for the hearing. It's now 9:10. The importance of that is that we can't begin before that.
Yeah.
We don't want to start
got
it too late after that as well, if people are waiting for that. But for any public hearings, we have to do a time certain. Again, we want to make sure that we We can't do it before that. We can do it afterward.
Yeah.
But we do need to be cognizant of trying to be as close to that time frame as possible.
All is good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jackman. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair. My name is Tom Jackman. I am the Rules Coordinator for the council. And today we are here for the public hearing on the modernization rulemaking. So as an agenda overview, I'm going to be going over the timeline for the rulemaking, also spending a little bit of time on the background and overview of the rulemaking. And then we will open it up for the public to have an opportunity to present any comments or thoughts they have about this rulemaking. Okay. Let's get this second there. This section. So the rulemaking was initiated by the council earlier in March. We developed the rules internally because this was a sort of a smaller in scope rulemaking, and had the council meeting in September where the council approved the notice of proposed rulemaking, which was filed on October 1st. And here we are today with the public hearing. The public comment period ends on November 30th, and I'll go a little bit more about that later. But the intent is that once the public comment period ends, barring any sort of crazy developments, that we will present proposed rule language to council for final consideration at the December council meeting. All right, go next slide. So just as a brief overview, I did go over these at the, I guess, 2 council meetings ago now. But for those who are not familiar, this rulemaking is intended to sort of be a basket of changes and minor fixes that have accumulated over recent years and do not merit necessarily the full rulemaking process on their own. So we went through and tried to identify or correct any outlining or reference errors throughout all of council's rules. We are correcting a reversion of an inadvertent rule change that happened previously. We're updating all the dates to various other rule references, which unfortunately will then be out of date after we do this one, but it's just one of those things you do is you try to continually keep things updated in perpetuity here. And then there are various applicability provisions which were relevant at the moment the rules were passed, but are no longer relevant. So we did our best to remove all those as well. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So there are some slightly more modest updates. We are formalizing the process for providing the Department of Defense notice of new energy facility application, something they have been requesting for some time, and we're happy to address that here in this rulemaking. Yeah, again, we're already doing this rulemaking. We just formalized this process. We're also removing requirements that applicants and site certificate holders have to print copies for everything. Obviously, when these rules were first drafted, this made a lot of sense. But it has increasingly become less so as everything is becoming and has become fully digital. But we still left in provisions in there for the department to direct the printing of various documents and submissions in the event that it's called for. But those provisions have been there for years, and we have not been asking for people to print stuff. So I don't anticipate that being used, but it doesn't hurt anybody to leave it in there. I do think that this will be a nice change and save some trees. And effort that is put into the rules or into the process that doesn't really provide a benefit at this time. Next slide. So a couple other tweaks. These aren't major, but they are. This isn't just fixing typos. One of those would be that new rules that direct parties to submit any data used to produce maps or other geospatial data in formats that are approved by the department. And this does several things, but I think it's important just primarily from an efficiency standpoint. Our staff has to review a ton of information, And when we get that information in sort of different formats and different styles, it can make it difficult for staff to sort of navigate those other formats. And so the ability to streamline how we receive the information, streamlines how we review the information. So I think that's a good change. And then also the removal of pre-construction requirements, having all construction rights before any construction could occur for all types of facilities. So this is again, something we do in practice, but we're sort of formalizing in the rules themselves so that it is clear how this works. Essentially, if you get a site certificate, you have a lot of different pre-construction requirements that cover the entire facility and the entire project site. We do not restrict people from beginning construction if they have the construction rights for a given piece of that project. If they've completed the pre-construction requirements for that particular site or portion of the site. Any questions about any of this?
Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you, Cindy Condon, for the record. I just rights. So does rights mean permits?
Well, so you would need like potentially to lease the land or have, permits from the city or whatever. Anything that you would need legally that would allow you to develop on the land apart from council approval would be a construction right.
So, so as part of the process, the site certificate holder provides, might provide evidence of that the private landowner has given permission.
Well,
I
I
didn't realize we had any information.
no, perhaps Secretary Cordell wants to answer this one.
So you're asking what sort of constitutes construction rights?
Yeah.
I'm gonna hand that over
Oh,
to
okay.
Patrick, because Patrick's looked into this question already. So I know he's sort of.
It is what we say it is. That's really what it comes down to. It's in our rule. And there's been confusion as to what this stems from. First, I'll provide some context and then we can talk about it. And it's, in the rule. And I don't know if you have the draft. I thought I was just now trying to pull up some language that I had suggested that we potentially consider adding.
So can I just do one sort of clarification? It's a public hearing. So this is really the sort of preamble to give council some kind of updates as to what's in the proposed rules. But ultimately, Tom is then going to be presiding officer, open a public hearing. We're going to get comments. Council can follow up with those as well. So you can ask these now if you think it might be helpful for you or others who may be commenting. So you can do that, but I also want to be cognizant of people may be wanting to testify and we want to be thoughtful about them.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm happy to wait. I just know it was a question.
Sure. And these are all good questions and we absolutely want to kind of, handle them, respond to them. I just want to kind of give people a little bit of perspective of, do you want to do it now? Do you want to wait?
I'm happy to wait.
Okay, so hang up.
Yeah.
Stay tuned.
Okay. I think that's everything. Let's go to the next slide. So we're having the hearing today, but you may submit written comments until 5 p.m. on November 30th. And you may submit those that are at the online public comment portal or via email or hand delivery if you so choose. But I don't know that anybody's ever done that since I've been here, but and yeah, happy to receive the comments however you want to deliver them. Go next slide. So prior to testifying, please state the following: your full name, the spelling, name of organization or group if you are representing one, and please provide any written comments or supplemental materials to myself or Nancy if you feel like it would be helpful for us to understand your comments better. So I'm going to turn this over to Nancy if you want to.
All right, so let's just kind of remind everybody who's online how you access to raise your hand. So if you're on the webinar at the bottom of the main window, there's a set of icons. Click on the participant and you'll see a little hand icon. If you click on that, that will raise your hand. And when you're finished testifying, you can go ahead and click it again to lower your hand. If you're on the phone, you're going to press *3 on your telephone keypad to raise your hand and *3 again to lower your hand when you are finished testifying. So at this time, I do not see any hands raised.
Yes, so sorry, the time is 9:21. And we are open for public comments.
Okay, we're going to do a last call for your hands raised. So we'll give you like another minute.
Just as a reminder, anybody in the room who is intending to make a comment, now's your time to step forward. All right, the time is 9:22 and hearing no interest in making a public comment, the hearing is now closed.
Chair Howe,
Counselor Byer?
just a couple quick comments. One on the mapping, just so the public understands that not only does this benefit our team who has to look at these materials, we've heard numerous comments from the public about frustrations with mapping and the maps that are available to the public. So it's my hope and my understanding that having more consistent data will make that interface for the public better as well. So I think it's going to have a two-pronged benefit. And then on the construction rights, or it's not construction, it's.
Well, it does relate to
Yeah, it is
construction rights.
Construction rights. It's important to note that one of the changes here is to include all energy facilities. As drafted, it relates to wind and transmission, which doesn't help a lot of folks, right? So that change is important so that it applies to any of the facilities that we review or that are subject to this provision. And also because of that, because we're now saying, oh, by the way, we've been applying this to all our facilities, perhaps it should apply retroactively because we're now casting a wider net to include all facilities. And perhaps Patrick might have some language on this because I certainly don't, but thank you.
I do have some language in Nancy's. I just emailed it to Nancy and she's going to pull it up.
Okay, thank you.
And Councilmember Condon had asked about, what constitutes construction rates.
That's in there as well.
So while we're waiting, just sort of as maybe an illustration, you could imagine that somebody would perhaps need access to two different, private farms to build their facility. And, they would need to potentially lease those parcels of land from two different owners. You could imagine a situation where they were able to get the lease from one of those landowners, but not the other. We're not going to limit the ability for them to start construction, assuming that they can meet the pre-construction conditions for let's say the first parcel, even if they aren't in possession of all the rights that would allow them to build the entire facility. As long as they meet our preconditions for the land that they want to disturb, they can begin construction. Now, I think that's probably an example that would never come to pass, because I don't foresee a company starting construction and then trying to get the rights to, because then you basically empower the landowner who hasn't leased the land yet to hold out for a lot more. But there are other, sort of like city and state things that have to be obtained before you can begin construction. That we don't want to hold up the process necessarily just while we're going, they're going through the process.
No, okay, no problem. We can take a little break.
I'll just make a note that that public hearing that has closed, people still have until 5 o'clock on November 30th to submit any written testimony. With that, we're going to take what, 10? 5? We'll take 5.
Okay.
Come back at, what would that be? Ready to deal with the question. I think Council Rowe is answering a question that council had.
So I'll provide some background context. This rule that you're seeing up here is part of, and we have the whole thing. Nancy will scroll down in a moment, but it relates to phased construction. All right. And so phased construction means when a developer wants to build part of a facility that you have approved, but not necessarily all of it. And it's very common. And it has been long-standing practice of the department for, many, many years to allow for phased construction. That has, and Nancy, can you scroll down a little bit now? So what you're seeing in red is what is already been proposed in the modernization rules. So that's already in the proposed rules. And what is in green is new language that I have drafted and that we can talk about today. And Nancy, can you scroll down a little bit more? Yeah. Yeah, and now I'm sorry to make you go, but you can go back up a little bit. Sorry. That would be great. Yeah, if you make it small, but I don't know if we'll be able to see it then. And now just go down a little bit. So the first 4 provisions we don't really need to see. Okay, let's stop there. So what's in red and crossed out is what has caused some difficulties with this phased construction approach. So what the rule currently says, but we're proposing to remove, as Tom mentioned, is this language that says, except as necessary for an initial survey, ... the certificate holder may not begin construction or create a clearing until the certificate holder has construction rights on all parts of the site. That has been confusing and problematic because people have read that to mean unless we have construction rights, and we'll talk about what that means in a moment, but unless you have those rights for the entire site that council has approved, they can't begin construction on just one part. But the department has interpreted this in a different way and said, no, that's all right. We're interpreting this more generously, and we are going to allow that. But because this language has is still in a rule. We're saying, let's strike that to make sure that the rule is completely consistent with the way the department has long approached phased construction. So that's the purpose of the language being stricken out in red. We're going to jump down to where you see wind scratched out, and that goes to what Councilmember Byer just mentioned. Says we're not just applying this rule just to wind, we're applying it now to all energy facilities. Okay, so that achieves that objective. We have not defined construction rights. It's been my understanding that the way that the department has evolved, that the approach to construction, that essentially meant property rights, right? It wasn't anything else, be it for our purposes, right? You've already issued them a site certificate. So they meet your standards. You've determined that. Now we're just saying, okay, if you're going out and you want to just do this phased construction, oftentimes they might still be in negotiation with property owners as to what they can do, or just want to make sure you do have the rights to build in the area that you're saying you intend to build. So the suggested language in green is aimed at achieving what is my understanding is how the department has long interpreted the term construction rights, but it had not been defined. Okay, so it is really just focused on property rights. What I've put here is, do you have legal title to it? Do you own it? Or do you have a valid lease for that area? And there aren't any deed restrictions or lease restrictions that would prevent construction or operation in that area. If you would like to expand that definition, this is your rule. You're free to do that. I would say you might want to give some thought to how expansive you want to be, because you've already issued a site certificate. If there are other permits that they need that are beyond your jurisdiction, I don't necessarily know that you want to be getting into that, but this is your rule and it's open for your discussion.
Vice Chair Condon.
Oh, what?
Oh.
So I guess what I was and mistakenly did is just presume that they have to have permits. By, in a site certificate, we talk about permitting, whatnot. And the legal right to engage in construction activities, I guess I didn't think of that as necessarily a construction right. That just because the landowner has, that's been a private deal. And for us, I guess I was thinking, do they have the right publicly, the permits issued? And so it would still be confusing to me. And maybe I'm just not reading it in the context of the whole site certificate. I don't know. Somebody,
Council member?
yeah.
So, I mean, one way to think about this is you can't build until you are allowed to build. And in terms of like construction rights, so you can think about it as broadly or as narrowly as you want, but if they don't have, it doesn't matter how small it is. If there's anything that would prevent them from beginning construction, they can't begin construction. So I think the way I think about this rule and this rule change is we're just saying, I mean, you still need to get whatever rights you need to get in order to build wherever you want to build. If you are engaged in a phased construction, we are not going to require you to have all of that in a row for the entire project area, as long as you have it in the spot where you're actually putting the shovel in the ground.
Yes, and I understand the intent of what we're trying to do, to put in the language here.
Sure.
To me, it's just confusing. For instance, do we require some statement that, from the landowner that they have a right to build? What's the evidence for that? I guess I just don't know what that is.
Secretary Cornett.
I think there's sort of two things that we're blending here, and I want to be careful that we're sort of thinking about them, in two separate ways, and then understand sort of the blending.
Okay.
For us, this is about phased construction.
Mhm.
It's really the outcome of this for at least the department, kind of in our proposal, and then, based upon some of these things is, again, as Patrick's mentioned, we've always allowed phased construction. We've had facilities that have gotten approved. They come in, they build half of it. If we, did like a real strict interpretation, they couldn't do anything unless they did everything. And that's just not a rational way to do it. And we've never done it that way. So this language is trying to get at that ability to do phased construction, which for many reasons, developers, need to do. And while there is some good importance for clarification, I also want to be careful that we're not sort of putting ourselves up exactly where you're going, Vice Chair Condon, is we don't want to be the gatekeeper of them showing us that they have lease agreements with every landowner, that they have all of these permits that are all outside of council's jurisdiction. So we don't want to put ourselves in a position where we are then implicitly having to then make them document to us that they have all of that. It's not our authority. It's not your authority to do those things. These are just sort of trying to clarify what that means, but I want to be careful that we're not then saying, okay, developer, you have to show us every lease agreement you have with every property owner, which are usually, kind of confidential. And we don't need to have that information.
Well, then it is unclear to me why we have this at all.
And that's a good question. And so I think, again, as we're going through this rulemaking, maybe we don't need that in there. Maybe this is really more about the outcome that we're trying to achieve is the phased construction sort of clarification.
And that I understand completely. I just don't understand this language if it's meaning, we're not asking for evidence of it.
I agree. I would be fine removing the term construction rights and just tailoring the rules so it makes it clear that we will allow phased construction.
That makes much more sense to me. So,
Chair Howell,
Counselor Byer.
I think that that's a good solution. We don't talk anywhere in this provision about phased construction, and so maybe making it pretty explicit that that's the intent. And then up above, it's sub C, right above sub 4. It talks about compliance with all permit requirements. So that's addressed already in another part of this rule. We have those in conditions of approval, so we're not letting anybody off the hook. I think the message we want to send is that, yes, we recognize there are times when you're going to phase construction. We don't think you need to be ready to go on the whole site as approved under your site certificate. And this applies to all facilities. But to make it explicit that we're really talking about those situations where we're phasing construction. And we know that you're going to do it in bits and pieces. It's up to you to deal with the property owners.
So I think the concept of this really more is sort of construction rights more applies to linear facilities where you then have, say, a transmission line where they don't have, normally a developer is going to come in, they're going to have the lease rights to the properties before they even come into us. So if it's an independent power producer, it's just never likely not to happen. But if it's a transmission line or a pipeline, there's going to be potentially the use of eminent domain, and very likely through the review, even through the decision-making process, they won't have construction rights, they won't have lease agreements, because through our process and through the Public Utility Commission's process, they would be granted then eminent domain authority. So from that construction rights, kind of dividing it up, it's more really applicable, to linear facilities and not your typical energy generation facility. But all these things have kind of gotten blended together over time. And so we're, again, trying to deal with multiple things in one way. And so maybe if your direction, and then people are listening to this as well, and they can certainly comment on it. If you're telling us, sift through this a little bit more and, you can, ultimately, this is the public hearing, or was a public hearing, comment period is still open. You still have the ability prior to the final decision on these rules to make changes. So if you're still like, hey, this is still kind of confusing, we want to kind of split this out, you can give us the direction, that we'll work on, prior to coming back from, to you with the final draft rules, in addition to any comments that we received, which then also could result in us making proposed changes to those final draft rules as well. So if you're interested in that, we could sift through this a little bit more and try to clarify some of those things. Again, right now, it's all kind of blending.
Counselor Guerrero?
Thank you. For the record, Chair Howell, I would just like to suggest that we not lose sight of, we have good intentions. We are trying to solve a problem, but I am very fearful we are going to create a new problem as we're doing so. So I would just ask, I very much like Patrick's recommendation and Cindy, just like we probably possibly don't need that. And if we could keep that in mind, I am all in favor of that. I think we work really hard to make sure that we're clear and we hear from the public a lot how complicated and convoluted things can be. So I don't want to partake in contributing to that if we can avoid it.
Well said. Counselor or Vice Chair Condon?
Yeah, and just finally, I guess that my comment, if you can just pop up to, no, sorry, in C, in the little C, in compliance with all applicable permit requirements of other state agencies. One of the reasons I asked about permits is, okay, are there other permits? And we're trying to capture that in this construction rights. Are there county permits? Because we don't speak to that in here, I don't
I
think.
think it's in B.
B, okay, sorry. State and local, sorry. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, again, I just don't see the need for the additional language. So if we don't want to broaden the scope that we're responsible for. So thank you.
I do have one other item I'd like to point out, Nancy, if you could just scroll down a little bit. And this goes to Councilmember Byers' comment that we should make these retroactive and applicable to existing site certificates, so we don't have to go back and amend a bunch of site certificates that might have old language consistent with the old rule. So what is in green is my initial effort to have this rule apply retroactively to existing site certificates.
Yeah, Counselor Byer.
This is Counselor Byer. If we could ask staff to just noodle on whether or not we need language for transmission or linear facilities, because I can see your point in knowing that we have some of those on the table, whether or not we need to clarify that provision and then think about the other facilities and any other scenarios. Again, to Councilor Grail's point, we don't want to make this increasingly complex. We just want to clarify what we've been doing forever. It's my understanding.
Yeah. Basically, we don't want to have unintended consequences.
Yeah, we're not trying to create a new process here. We're just trying to clarify what our existing process already is.
Any other comments, questions? We good? Okay.
All right.
So are we ready to go to, I think, the executive order? 2525 overview with Amy Schuschler, Climate and Energy Policy Advisor, Office of the Governor. Oh, okay. Nancy, is she on?
I am having a hard time getting my camera to turn on, and it seemed like it was working a minute ago. So give me 2 seconds to see if I can troubleshoot this.
Well, we can hear you fine, so at least that works if you can't get the camera working.
Okay, great. Let me try one thing. Aha, figured it out. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I am Amy Slusher, and I am the Climate and Energy Policy Advisor to Governor Tina Kotek. And I'm here to talk to you today about Executive Order 2525, which Governor Kotek issued in early October in response to the federal clean energy tax credit deadlines established by HR 1. So if you could go on to the next slide, please. And the next slide. Thanks. In HR 1, Congress accelerated the phase out of most federal clean energy tax credits, and it instated tight deadlines for wind and solar projects to commence construction and enter into operation. So now wind and solar projects must commence construction by July 4th, 2026, and then be entered into service within 4 years to qualify for federal tax credits. Following the adoption of HR 1, several solar and wind developers and renewable energy associations reached out to our office to urge the governor to take action to help protect projects and help projects start construction before July 4th of next year. Several projects in various stages of siting and permitting are at risk of losing millions of dollars in tax credit value if they aren't able to secure site certificates from FSEC in time to meet the July 4th deadline. So in response to the urgency of the situation, Governor Kotek instructed me and my team to get to work to help her fast track a solution. So we sat down with project developers and agency staff to get a better understanding of siting and permitting processes and timelines, and to determine whether and where it would be feasible to shorten these timelines within the existing statutory frameworks that govern energy siting in Oregon. So this effort resulted in Executive Order 2525. The order includes a general directive for multiple executive branch agencies that are involved in siting and permitting decisions and their respective boards and commissions to accelerate and prioritize application reviews and approvals for wind and solar projects that need to meet that July 4th deadline. The order also authorizes agencies to adopt temporary rules if need be. In addition to applying to FSEC, EO 2525's general directive applies to the Department of Land Conservation and Development, Department of Environmental Quality, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Forestry, Department of State Lands, Department of Transportation, the Public Utility Commission, and the State Historic Preservation Office. We recognize that Oregon's siting process has evolved over time to protect the things that Oregonians value from negative impacts that could potentially result from energy development. And we really want to emphasize that EO 2525 doesn't override these existing processes. Instead, it asks agencies and their respective boards and commissions to take action within their existing authorities to accelerate siting processes and decision-making without jeopardizing the integrity of final siting decisions. So, for example, agencies might be able to eliminate redundant reviews or comment periods, or multiple agencies could potentially conduct siting processes at the same time, rather than wait for one agency to issue an approval before the other starts its review. Next slide, please. EO 2525 includes specific directives for FSEC because you play the largest role in energy facility siting in the state. As you all are well aware, the FSEC siting process is extremely complex, and it requires applicants to compile and then agency staff to review a tremendous amount of data and information. So the EO directs FSEC to accelerate this process as much as possible within the confines of your existing statutory authority. First, the order directs you and the Oregon Department of Energy to consult with solar and wind projects to determine their tax credit eligibility and to estimate the review and approval timelines for these projects. Then the order directs you to identify and implement process changes to accelerate application reviews and approvals. If necessary, the order expects EFSEC to schedule additional council meetings and or adopt emergency rules if needed. The order also directs you to prioritize siting reviews and approvals for projects that have the greatest likelihood of meeting all of the federal tax credit milestones and deadlines. It asks you to prioritize projects that already have power purchase agreements or interconnection agreements, and that will provide demonstrated benefits to Oregon ratepayers. That doesn't mean that projects that don't meet these criteria shouldn't be or won't be entitled to accelerated siting timelines. This is really intended to give you direction on which projects to prioritize to help get the most projects as possible across the finish line before July 4th of next year. Next slide, please. Oh, can you go back a slide? Did I? Back one, please. The order also includes a last resort safeguard mechanism. So it directs you to exercise your enforcement discretion and waive civil penalties for any eligible wind and solar projects that haven't received a site certificate and choose to start construction before July 4th, 2026. To be eligible for this penalty waiver, projects must meet several criteria. First, a project must have submitted a complete site certificate application. Second, it must supply a letter of credit demonstrating financial assurance for at least $150,000 per megawatt of capacity. Third, on-site construction activities must be limited to the minimum disturbance necessary to satisfy the physical work test that's articulated in IRS guidance. And finally, the applicant must avoid all natural, historical, archaeological, and cultural resources identified in the application. We think it's very unlikely that any projects will want to rely on this penalty waiver, but we thought it was important to include in the executive order just as a last-ditch safeguard in the event that a project is far along in the process, but just isn't able to secure a site certificate in time to start construction and meet that deadline. And this is really just intended to capture the value of these tax credits because they represent such a huge amount of investment really in the state. So next slide, please. And that is it for my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. Cindy Condon for the record. I am just curious about the thought process about when somebody starts construction. Currently, we require financial assurance as developed in a pretty detailed report of what the retirement would be. And so I think I just heard you say it's $150,000 per megawatt.
In the executive order, yes.
Yes. So I'm not sure how that translates, but I'm guessing it's a deposit, more like a deposit, because it's not certainly for the financial assurance of retirement of the facility. And so I'm just curious of the thought process as you thought through this. So somebody who is applying, is an applicant, begins construction, no site certificate has been issued, and something is amiss. We've got certainly a letter of credit and, a letter of credit. But if something is amiss and we can't get to a site certificate, order, then what? There is a possibility that a site certificate isn't issued, and I just don't understand how that beginning construction with no site certificate, what happens if there are issues?
Thank you for your question. So this is the intent behind that $150,000 per megawatt financial assurance requirement. We looked at the amount of financial assurance that sort of what we thought were comparably situated projects had paid in the past, and we settled on a value that's on the very high end of the amount of financial assurance that other projects have previously provided. And so the intent is that that if a project doesn't actually end up getting a site certificate after they've started construction, that they would then have to stop constructing the facility, and that this financial assurance would then be available to remediate the site and fund any mitigation that might be necessary. We really don't think that projects are going to want to go this route. I mean, they would be taking on a lot of risk to go this route. So this is meant to ensure that there are sufficient financial resources to address any damage that might occur if a project doesn't get a site certificate. But our hope is that a project would only take advantage of this provision if they were so far along in the process that they were very confident that they would be able to get a site certificate in the very near future.
Thank you. I do have another question, but I'll wait for.
Seems nobody else does, so proceed.
So my other question has to do with, in your analysis, were there observations about the council process and length of time? We get extension requests that are more based on that there's no power purchase agreement or the interconnects, unworkable in the time. But I'm curious if there was analysis of our process and that it takes too much time. I know there are a lot of applicants that say the process is too long, but we go through the steps required. So I'm curious about the analysis.
We did do an analysis of your siting process. We looked at both the statutory requirements and the regulatory requirements. And we recognize that it's a lengthy process because it's designed to be protective of values that Oregonians care about. And we're not trying to say that those values don't matter and you should ignore some values or that a certain amount of damage is acceptable. That's not the intent behind this executive order. The intent of this order is really just to help projects that have already invested a substantial amount of capital in Oregon under the assumption that they would be able to qualify and receive these federal tax credits. We want to do everything that we can to help those projects move forward within the confines of the existing statutory framework. So we looked at the statute. We saw where there might be opportunities, or where there really wouldn't be opportunities to shorten the process within the statutory confines. And then we looked at the regulatory requirements and tried to determine whether or not it would be feasible to help some projects that are already in various stages of, pre-development, like shovel-ready projects is really what we're focusing on. And we do think that it's possible to shorten up the process in a way that still maintains protections for the values, for the things that Oregonians care about, but helps these projects secure site certificates in time to qualify for the tax credits. It's imperfect. We recognize that, and it's really it's not, honestly, it's not a situation that any of us had hoped to be in. This is really in response to action taken at the federal level that is having a detrimental impact on energy development and economic development in Oregon.
Thank you.
Oh, one more thing I forgot to address, your points about power purchase agreements and interconnection delays. We recognize that those are significant problems, and that there are many projects that have already received site certificates and haven't started construction because they haven't secured PPAs, or they haven't secured interconnection agreements, or they haven't secured transmission rights. We know that this order is not going to be able to resolve all of those problems. So it's really just trying to address the limitations within the siting process itself that might be able to be accelerated. But this is not intended to indicate that we think that siting and permitting decision making is like the number one thing that's slowing down energy development in the state. That's not the message we're intending to send with this. This is really us trying to address the problem through the tools that we have available to us.
Thank you.
Councillor Byer.
So thank you for your last point, because that was my question. This is Councillor Byer. We have a number of projects that we have granted site certificates for that would be as close to shovel ready as we can get to, but without those power purchase agreements and interconnect agreements. And so it becomes a little frustrating from our end, knowing that we have control of siting to a certain extent, and then it becomes a business decision for the developers. And again, just curious as to what you have looked at in addressing those roadblocks as opposed to the upfront siting, because as I said, we have several projects ready to go, but waiting for those very important pieces. Thanks for participating with us today.
Thank you for having me. It's great to have an opportunity to talk to you and present this order to all of you today. We have been looking into those constraints as well. Oregon is facing a variety of challenges when it comes to renewable energy development, and just deploying energy infrastructure, transmission infrastructure across the state. We're doing what we can to address the problems that we identify when we have the tools to address them, and where we don't have the tools to address them from a government standpoint. We have been trying to work with private entities to see if there are opportunities for the state to enter into public-private partnerships, or really help facilitate development in various ways. That said, it's going to take time before the state will be able to, for example, build out significant new transmission capacity. And it's unlikely that we would be able to build out a significant amount of transmission capacity before July 4th of next year. Like, I think everyone in this room recognizes the realities of those limitations. So we're doing what we can, and our hope is that if facilities can start construction by July 4th of next year, that will at least buy us a 4-year period to help solve some of those bigger, longer term project problems.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Perry.
Thank you. For the record, Patty Perry. I'm just curious and have a question about this executive order and how it might impact the local approval processes. If we were to issue the, a site certificate or allow them to just start construction, they would still be subject to those local approvals, correct?
Yes, this is not meant to override any other approval processes that would apply.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Secretary Cornett.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett. If we're at the end, I just want to give everybody an update as to where the department is on implementing the executive order, but I didn't want to jump ahead of time. So if anybody else has any questions or if Ms. Slusher has anything else to state, that probably should go first, but I just wanted to be kind of at the end point.
Seems not. So thank you, Ms. Sushler, and in explaining the executive order.
Okay, so at the last council meeting in October, when we were in Maupin, I gave you the update that just prior to that meeting, we had sent a survey out to all of the sort of active projects that, theoretically could be utilizing the executive order. And it was a survey with multiple questions. We've received responses from some of them. We've actually reached out numerous times. We did a first round, we did a second round, and anybody else who didn't respond, we did targeted specific outreach to them. And so we've gotten all the responses. We're working on kind of compiling that. So we're not quite ready to share anything yet, but I do expect at the next council meeting, we will have some better, clear information about, what responses we got, and then what are we going to do with any of these projects that, could take advantage of that. But don't have that information now, but we're kind of close to being there, and we'll work, internally with the department and also with the governor's office, on evaluating that information before we provide it to the council or anybody else.
Sounds good. Thanks for that. Okay. Yep. Counselor Byer.
This is just a quick question for the department. In preparation for that discussion in December, if we can get, this is a big ask, some clarity on the IRS definition of what it means to get these projects underway, because that would give us some context. And I don't expect you to go through all the IRS rules and do too deep a dig, but just a general sense of what this really means, what the July 4th deadline means.
Yeah, absolutely. We will have a write-up where we can share with people, and I'll make sure that, I don't know if that's in there right now, but if it's not, I will make sure that clarity, because there's the construction test, and then there's also the, paraphrasing, kind of the purchasing test, which can meet it as well. So I'll make sure that the, whatever the clarification is from, the IRS rules are either in there or paraphrased enough to be able to explain it.
Okay. I think we've completed this item. So the next item is we're not dealing with, and we move on to the.
We did have a break listed, but you had a break earlier, so you can forego
I
that
think we can
and
go right
straight
on to public comment.
Yep.
This time is reserved for the public to address the council regarding any item within council jurisdiction that's not otherwise closed for comment. And the items that are closed for comment include the amendment rulemaking for Gillibush Energy Center draft proposed order, and the modernization rulemaking. Written public comments may still be submitted until November 30th. So per OAR 345-011-0020, the duration of time for individual commenters is 7 minutes. We can lengthen or shorten that depending upon the number of people that want to provide testimony. Nancy, can you give me an indication? Do we have anybody in the room that wants to testify? Okay. Oh, and that's this one here. Do you see hands or star threes over on your end of things, Nancy? Okay, so Adam Shoemaker. You've got 7 minutes to give us your testimony.
Practicing the year.
All right.
Council.
Oh, we're good? Okay. All right. Thank you. My name is Adam Schumacher. I'm the president of Gallatin Power. We were the original developers of the Sunstone Solar Project and sold it to Pine Gate Renewables in 2 phases in 2021 and 2022. We continued actively working on the project after the sale and remain highly engaged and invested in its success. Today, I want to speak with you about the plan that Pine Gate and its lender, Fundamental Renewables, have put forward in the bankruptcy proceedings and why that plan is not the best path forward for this project and jeopardizes the substantial benefits that this project can bring to bear. I think it's important for you to hear more details about this about the bankruptcy process than you heard earlier. My statements are relevant to the impending transfer of the project to a new owner over which FSEC has jurisdiction. But first, I would like to step back and focus on the positive aspects of this project. One of my first jobs in the renewable energy industry about 15 years ago was with the Renewable Northwest Project in Portland, and I was assigned to work on a rules advisory committee for LCDC pertaining to solar siting. At the time, we were talking about projects that would use a couple hundred acres, and folks were really wrestling with that. So to have this project move forward in a manner that benefits so many stakeholders and with such a meaningful contribution to the state's climate goals is a giant leap forward. And I thank this council and staff for all of your work to make this possible. I'm proud of our work on the project and feel very fortunate to have been able to partner with such a great group of landowners whom we first started working with over 5 years ago. In addition to our work with the landowners, we secured critical interconnection and transmission rights to make the project possible and laid the groundwork for the permitting of the project in a manner that is good for the landowners, the local community, the broader agricultural community, the county, and the state. This project will bring tremendous benefits to all these stakeholders, and we hope that it will be kept on track to begin construction next year. Unfortunately, we are here under dire circumstances. Pine Gate's bankruptcy puts the project at tremendous risk. In its bankruptcy filings, Pine Gate has stated that it is insolvent and it's reliant on bridge financing to run a sales process to dispose of essentially all of its assets. They are currently using debtor in possession funding to keep the company afloat, but that funding is limited and meant to last only through the end of the year. There are numerous upcoming payments, especially interconnection related payments, that if not made will result in project agreements being terminated and render the project non-viable. This makes the upcoming weeks a critical time, and great care must be taken to ensure that the project remains on track. Pine Gate and Fundamental's plan, as laid out in their bankruptcy filings, is for a bankruptcy sale to take place on December 15th, in 24 days, through which Fundamental would take the project assets along with a portfolio of over 100 other projects that make up its collateral. Presumably, Fundamental would then put the project assets, including the site certificate, into a new project company and resell them a short time later. Fundamental is a money manager and lender, not a developer, builder, or owner-operator of solar projects. Fundamental's attorney made this clear at the first day bankruptcy hearing when he stated about Fundamental, quote, "They are not in the business of wanting to own DevCo solar projects," meaning solar development assets. Fundamental does not satisfy the operational expertise requirements in order to be issued a site certificate. What Fundamental may not understand is that this permit does not simply run with the land and can't be transferred at will. This is an agreement with the council, the state, the county, and numerous stakeholders that requires the permit holder to meet strict obligations in order to have the privilege to build a long-term infrastructure project in this state. If the site certificate is transferred to Fundamental, but they don't meet the requirements, it jeopardizes the permit and the project. In any event, the process of Fundamental taking over the project and then attempting to resell it shortly thereafter will be highly disruptive during a highly critical time for the project. Landowners and other stakeholders shouldn't be subjected to the project changing hands multiple times in the coming months,
which greatly increases the chances for error and the project becoming non-viable due to delay and missing deadlines, of which there are several very important ones, including the construction timelines under the site certificate, the tax credits that we just talked about, and requirements to meet online dates for off-takers. To avoid this, the project should be sold now to a company capable of completing development and getting the project into construction along the necessary timeline, and a company that is willing to live up to the obligations made to all of the stakeholders throughout this process. Pine Gate and Fundamental have the ability to do this still in the bankruptcy process. Further, landowners should have a say in who the new owner is. The landowners did not sign up for this situation, and they should not be forced to end up with a tenant they don't approve of, or they are not confident in being able to meet all of the project's requirements and obligations. There are some things that FSEC could do to help guide this process in the right direction and help to ensure the project's success. I respectfully request that FSEC, as soon as possible, given the looming project transfer, make it known to Pine Gate and Fundamental that FSEC takes the operational expertise requirements seriously, and that transferring the permit to a company that does not meet these standards puts the permit at risk. I also respectfully request that FSEC affirm that it takes project landowners' input into the transfer approval seriously, especially in a situation such as this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schumacher. Any questions from council? Okay. Thank you. So back to Nancy. Anybody online? Anybody else here in the room wish to testify?
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Cornett?
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, just in case council had any follow-up questions for Pine Gate Renewables, I did ask them to stick around for the public comment period. You know, if there were comments, you don't have
Any
to.
responses?
Obviously, anytime somebody makes a public comment, you're not obligated to engage or respond. You can, in this case, again, if you have any follow-up questions, you may do so. You're not obligated in any way.
Councilor Correa.
Can you come back? Can we come back, please? And Patrick's gonna smack me if I go. I'm gonna be very careful with my words, choice.
Sure.
So for the record, this is Marcy Grail. That was quite a comment from the public, and obviously one that intimately knows the business. And I think I have a fairly clear understanding after almost 10 years of what our limitations are on this council. But I'm sort of speechless at this point, and I'm looking at Patrick, so I really don't say anything out of line. We were asked to consider things, but to the point that was made earlier to Vice Chair Condon, not getting out of our scope of responsibility and where we can and cannot act. I'm a little bit blown away because I feel like there's some conflicting information. And then, of course, when I'm sitting here, I did a quick Google search. So I don't want to say or ask anything that I'm not permitted to, but all I can say, for lack of sounding like a teenage girl, wow, that was a lot.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to be quiet.
Well said.
Well, and I, just in general too, just to respond to that, I mean, we're in the middle of the Chapter 11 process right now, right? There is, the future owner of the company is uncertain at this point. So, as the public comment mentioned, it's in process. And so that is, it's well underway. But as I mentioned in my comments earlier, the part of this process is the Chapter 11 process is to allow companies like Pine Gate and the assets that we have to continue to function and operate as they are today. And so that's very much the case. And so, the project is continuing to develop just like it would. We've got funds to be able to make associated payments that are required, continue to meet our obligations. And then ultimately, whoever is the project owner will have to come back for this body and then be able to, have that transfer of the site certificate and make sure that they are, folks that are capable of doing that and financially able to do that. And so that's part of the reason why we wanted to pull the amendment back right now, is to make sure that we're not, in a space where we're trying to guess at who it may be, and we can come back when we have actual answers, and then, this body and the council can judge the amendment on the merits of, that company, instead of just guessing that it may be Fundamental or someone else. Can do it at that time when it's appropriate.
So if
Councilman
I may,
Pereira.
so one, Boy Sicily, we need you. So that's just gonna put that out there. She handles our financials here. You probably
Sure.
know that. And I guess I would just ask that, again, we can Google a lot of things and read things on our own. I don't want to get in that, but on behalf of the landowners, I guess I just want to say that we will do everything that we are required to by statute and through our process. But I would hope that as a company, one, that the communication with the affected landowners is above board in every way, shape, or form, and everything that you can communicate, because people really, they take, I think, pressure from their fellow community members, their neighbors, their friends when they venture down these paths, and I
Sure.
think it makes ugliness anyway. So we are thankful for those who will allow us to meet our energy goals. But I would also just like clarification. I think you stated previously that you had funding to get through the end of the year. That's not very long.
Yeah, and end of the year into next year as well. Funding to get through the overall Chapter 11 process, however long that takes. So it's $400 million in total is what Pine Gate has, and so a big portion of that is available to this Sunstone project.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you, and thank you for coming back, and thank you for your comments, Mr. Schumacher. So I just want to be clear on our role. The landowners, private landowners who have a relationship with Pine Gate, that it is my understanding, and I would like some direction here, that our responsibility is to the state of Oregon, and we have little opportunity for private landowner protection. There are leases that we don't know about much. I'm always curious about them, but I know that's not in our purview. And so I think our ability to protect landowners, we can ask you to treat them well, but I just want to make sure that protecting the rights or position of landowners is something we are with leases is under our purview. So
Secretary Cornett.
So thank you. I can respond to what the process is, what your authority is for a transfer amendment. It is an amendment. There is notification. All of the adjacent landowners, anybody signed up to receive notification for this project will receive notice. There's a comment period and there is a public hearing. Anybody who is interested will be available to provide written comment or oral comment directly to council. Council's authority is limited in the review of a transfer. It is limited to, and I'm going to cite these two standards so anybody listening knows that. It is the organizational expertise standard. So that's Oregon Administrative Rule 345, Division 22, sub 0010. So they would need to look at the organizational expertise standard as well as the retirement and financial assurance standard. Oregon Administrative Rule 345, Division 22, 0050. That is what you look at. So if anybody wants to comment, that's really, I mean, anybody can comment on anything they want, but that's really the limitations of your authority to review a transfer amendment. So that's also very important for people to hear because, no matter what they say, if it's outside the context of those standards, you don't have that authority.
yes, and I think I understand that. I guess what I'm trying to get at is landowners have separate agreements, lease agreements that quite frankly may be executed before we've done any analysis. So relying on our organizational expertise assessment is not necessarily part of, they've signed agreements and we have little to do with that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And just, if I may, just provide a general comment on this too. I mean, the landowners are an incredibly important part of our process overall. I mean, you can't have a project without willing landowner participation in the local area. I think Pine Gate's done a really good job of continuing to facilitate and communicate with those landowners. And we're going to continue to do that too, through this process. And so, you know, we're kind of erring on the side of communicating when we have, you know, more certain answers. And we'll continue to do that and make sure they're some of the first to know as we continue to go through this process. And, you know, they want to see the project push forward and we do too. And so we're going to do everything we can to do that.
Thank you. And just to follow up with that, landowners are very important to us too, and I appreciate that comment. It's just, I was trying to set the bar for our ability to even deal with that issue. So thank you.
Counselor.
Just a quick question to staff. So we have two standards that we look at a transfer of ownership. It's our understanding as council members that the conditions of approval of the original site certificate apply to the new owner. And so all the negotiations that have been done on agricultural mitigation and all those things that Pine Gate works so hard with the community on are fixed as part of that existing site certificate.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, that is correct. So your evaluation is, again, just those two standards that I talked about. But if, you know, a new entity buys it and you agree that they meet those standards, they're buying the site certificate with all of the conditions and all of the obligations. There's no, well, we don't want to do that. There is no, that doesn't exist. They have to do everything that is existing in the final order and the site certificate. The only way that could be changed is through a separate amendment to propose any changes to those conditions or other sort of facility elements.
Thank you.
Counselor Grail.
Todd, for the record, this is Marcy Grail. I know things happen a lot and I feel spastic and I'm not remembering things. Have we ever had anybody come before us and put it out there like, hey, this is happening? And this feels very unfamiliar.
For the record, Todd Cornett, not to my knowledge, we certainly had numerous transfers and I mean, people have not necessarily shared with us the reasoning for the transfers. So it could be that that's occurred in the past, that information just has not been shared with us. I don't know. But this, to my knowledge, is the first time that this type of thing has come up to council.
Thank you. So even for my own head, I was like, well, things happen a lot behind the scenes that I'm not aware of and we make the world happen. So again, I will repeat what I said earlier. I appreciate the transparency. I don't know if it's made my head spin a little more, but I do appreciate the opportunity for us to dig into the things that we're responsible to do, which is why I mentioned Cicely earlier. So thank you.
Counselor or Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you. And once again, I'm Cindy Condon for the record. Once again, this conversation kind of dovetailing on at the beginning is why I think a bankruptcy notice when bankruptcy is filed is important for us. So thank you.
Any other comments? Secretary Cornett.
For the record, Todd Cornett, I just want to appreciate council's sort of indulgence of doing something a little bit different in the public comment timeframe and the secretary report. As Councilmember Grail mentioned, this is kind of a new thing. I think this warrants, you know, a little bit of an adjustment to the way we typically would do business. And I appreciate Pine Gate, again, same thing, being open and honest and upfront and transparent and being willing to come here. I think it's very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let's ask one more time if there's any other public comment.
All right, we do have one phone in. Oh, wait, they just lowered their hand. Oh, yeah, they've just lowered their hand. Nope, they just put it back up again. All right. All right, I have, oops, well, I thought I did. All right, your mic is unmuted.
I'm here.
Your phone number. Okay, perfect. There you go.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry about the star three action there. I'm Alex Joe. My address is 2390 Fruit Ridge Road, Sacramento, California, 95822. And I have three items or three questions, beginning with the Secretary Cornett's bankruptcy explanation. And my question is whether or not the different levels of bankruptcy would receive the same treatment that he had mentioned regarding the Chapter 11 bankruptcy that was mentioned in the earlier report. The next is concern about funding for the executive order, whether or not the fast tracking action that the governor is interested in implementing through the Energy Department applies, and what are the ranges that might exist for that funding to include qualifications. And finally, for Mr. Schumacher, if he's still at the mic, can you foresee Pine Gate or other entity making the deadline of July 4th, 2026 for the tax credits that the governor is attempting to help support for the variety of projects that are in the pipeline coming up within this deadline timeframe? That's the end of my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Sure. Secretary Cornett.
Thank you, Mr. Joe. So on the question of bankruptcy, this is all new to us, so I don't really have a good answer to that. So I don't know what the kind of the variations are or how we would deal with it differently. So this is just a first and kind of one-time thing so far. So we're just dealing with it on a step-by-step basis. In terms of the executive order, our process is fee for service, essentially. So any applicants, any work that's done by the department, the applicants or developers have to pay for that entire cost, whatever that is. So, yeah, if the question would be, do we have the resources to, to do something about it, the staffing resources, but ultimately they will pay for whatever the costs are. And then I don't know if you want to allow Mr. Schumacher to respond or not. Again, we're a little bit out of our typical context of public comment, but I'll let you figure that out.
Okay. Mr. Schumacher, are you interested in responding or not?
I think that's more probably
They can't hear you on the phone. So you're non-responsive.
Okay. Oh, sorry. I was saying I think that's probably more of a question for Pine Gate and what they may have done to potentially begin construction already under the safe harbor guidelines.
Okay. Is that it, Nancy?
All right, there are no other hands raised at this time.
Yes, we haven't closed the public comment, so come on up and tell us your name and address and you can testify.
It's on. Okay, my name is Connie Lee. I live at 52973 Endersby Road in Maupin. I guess my comments are related to the executive order, Tina Kotek, and how that impacts the people in the community. If they can start construction before a site certificate is issued. What are the people in the community going to have any input as it's going to affect them, right? Or is the push for energy going to walk over the people that live in the area? And how is that going to work? And who deems this application as totally complete, right? Because from what I've seen, and I don't know a lot about it, that the developers submit an application, but there's a lot of information that's not complete, and they kind of figure it out as you go through the application process. So I would caution you to think about the community when you are fast tracking these applications. So that's it.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room? Anyone else on the web or phone?
I still have a hand raised from the last online commenter. Are you wishing to make another comment?
No, I'm sorry. I will correct that problem right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, with that, I think we'll close the public comment and move to the next item. Let's see. 10:45. We're pretty much on track. Anybody needing to take a quick break, or shall we proceed on through? Okay, we'll continue on. Next item is the Patchway Wet Fields, also formerly known as the Montague Solar Facility, Revegetation Noxious Weed Plan Amendment. This is an action item, and we have Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst, that will present the certificate holder's request. Oh.
Good morning, Chair Howe, Vice Chair Condon,
Esterson.
members of the council. Slight change.
Okay.
Hopefully I can do it as well as Kellen, but Sarah Esterson, for the record, Senior Policy Advisor. I am supporting Kellen in this presentation as she has quite a heavy load later today. Okay, so as Chair Howe mentioned, this is council's review of a request to amend the revegetation plan and noxious weed plan for the Montague Solar Facility, which is also known as the Patchway Wet Fields Facility. The certificate holder of Montague Solar Facility, this request is a result of our 2024-2025 compliance review. So I wanted to give you a quick overview of some background facts. This facility is an operational 162 megawatt solar facility in Gillum County. It's been in operation since 2023, so relatively new. Again, the compliance lead for this facility is Kellen Tardyweather, who is a senior siting analyst. Just a quick plug so that you know each of the senior siting analysts is responsible for at least one operational facility so that they can get that experience in compliance. It's our effort to bridge permitting and compliance, theoretical to actual, and improve both processes to see both sides. Okay, so these two mitigation plans have amendment provisions within them. So the plans allow for changes to the plan outside of the council's site certificate amendment process. So that's just a point of confusion. Sometimes a mitigation plan can be amended. It's not the same thing as a site certificate amendment process. So this is an example of this delegation of future review and approval under 469402. But as we've talked about before, The delegation of authority that council has allowed in these mitigation plans for future review and approval is not absolute. We don't go do it behind closed doors. We bring those changes forward to council and seek your comment, review, and approval. So for the Montague Solar Facility, Kellen completed her operational compliance review for the year and issued a report on August 8th. In that report, there was a finding of noncompliance for condition 43, which requires implementation and adherence to a noxious weed control plan. And the report also requested additional information for condition 92, which requires habitat and cropland revegetation and restoration of areas temporarily impacted during the 2021 to 2023 construction. So I just want to briefly go over those findings. So the finding of noncompliance for the noxious weed plan identified the following issues. There was lack of clear reporting in alignment with the requirements of the plan and no reporting on status or success of sheep grazing. There was a failure to implement the noxious weed control consistent with the plan requirements. Specifically, the plan said after year one, they'd do spot treatment where they were actually doing site-wide treatment. And then there was a failure to demonstrate that noxious weed control was achieving pre-disturbance conditions, another requirement. So in response to these issues, the certificate holder has requested to amend the noxious weed plan, removing references to construction. That was a little confusing. So it's now totally an operational plan. They've requested to allow for site-wide treatment, not be limited to spot treatment. They've requested to clarify the monitoring requirements, maintaining the goals to demonstrate achievement of pre-disturbance noxious weed conditions, and then to update the requirements of the plan after the 5-year mark to continue to have adaptive management strategies if they continue to struggle with noxious weed control at the site. So we, based on our review, we agree with these changes. We recommend council agree with these changes. We believe it aligns with what they're actually doing and will help them just report better because it aligns with their actions on site. In addition to the changes they've requested, we recommend that the plan specify the extent that they need to report on sheep grazing. Again, it is occurring and we're not getting a lot of data about the success, the challenges, et cetera. So we've added in an obligation for them to gather data and report. Okay, any questions about those changes before we go to the the revegetation plan? And then they come together. So if you have more questions or any questions about noxious weeds, we can talk about that later as well. Okay, so moving to the re-veg plan. The second issue, as I mentioned, that was identified in the operational compliance review report applies to the re-veg plan. For background, this plan applies to approximately 30 acres of cropland disturbance and 0.11 acres of Category 4 grassland that applies to temporarily disturbed areas along a 230 kV transmission line that leaves the solar site and travels up to a BPA substation. So after we've had an opportunity to review the reporting for this kind of temporary restoration, we couldn't find any reporting on cropland restoration, and it wasn't possible for us to evaluate the success or lack thereof of this 0.11 acres of Category 4 grassland. The monitoring reports were a bit confusing. They blended vegetation monitoring within the solar site itself with transmission line vegetation monitoring, where the re-veg plan doesn't even apply within the solar site. The monitoring reports were unclear about which transmission line poles even had the Category 4 grassland. So we worked with the certificate holder and asked a lot of questions, looked back at all of the monitoring data. And I mean, they have been working with a specialized vegetation monitoring consultant to collect the data. It's just that the data didn't match with what the plan required to be monitored. But then we actually, in working with Avangrid to ask these questions, we said, and this is 0.11 acres. Where is it? Well, it's these little slivers along 11 miles along a roadway, not a box of 0.11 acres. So we asked the question, how is this category 4 habitat at all? Why hasn't the function and value of the habitat been considered? And as we asked those questions, we agreed this isn't category 4 grassland. These are fragmented, isolated areas, and they don't need to be restored to a habitat restoration level. So then the landowner restored the temporary ag impacts, which is why they never reported. But that all resulted in a plan, again, that didn't really make sense to then reporting that didn't address the plan. And so then to address the information requirements that came out of the operational compliance review, they've said, let's remove all obligations in the revegetation plan and route over to the noxious weed plan, where it applies site-wide, it requires seeding with perennial grasses, and it requires noxious weed control. And so we think that makes a whole lot more sense than having two plans that don't really work very well together or don't make sense. Okay, so we are recommending, again, for this amended revegetation plan, while it would stay, it doesn't have any requirements in it. It says go refer to the noxious weed plan. And we're recommending that council approve those two changes, the changes to those two plans.
Any questions, comments? Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you, and thank you for this. I just, in reviewing the materials before the meeting, I was a little bit confused. I understand that some of the changes are because it was practices currently consistent with current practices of the site certificate holder. But I am curious, given the conditions in the beginning, does it have a different result? Like in the report, it doesn't say that, or at least as I read it, I may have missed something, that the current practice accomplishes what we indeed thought would be accomplished by the original conditions. That wasn't stated, I guess,
yeah,
in a really clear manner.
I mean, from my perspective, not enough effort was put into the finalization of the plan to make sure that those final recommendations made sense for what they plan to do. And it kind of, not enough thought was put into it. Now they are doing what makes sense for the site, but they never went back and said, but that's not what the plan required. So we kind of got into this issue. But when our consultant who has a biological background went out there, I mean, from a subject matter expert viewpoint, things look good. And even from Avangrid's consultant, which is MB&G, they say it's looking good. But the plan requires a level of specificity that they weren't adhering to. So if that makes sense. But I mean, I don't think that, like, for example, for noxious weed control, where they said after year 1, we're just going to apply spot treatment, but actually what they need to do is sheep grazing and site-wide treatment. I mean, as long as they can achieve the pre-disturbance conditions, which they aren't now, that's what we're looking for, like a level of cover that's equivalent to pre-disturbance conditions of noxious weed cover.
So just to be clear, what they are doing now, what's proposed here, is consistent with the expectations originally
It's more than.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilor Byer.
Thank you. So based on staff's recommendations, blending of the two monitoring plans for revegetation and noxious weed control, you're comfortable with that? And the adjustments to what the site certificate holder has to report on, has to monitor. This is really a cleanup of what our expectations are to make sure that they're actually in compliance with the commission.
That's right, right.
Thank you.
Good summary.
And we're really, I mean, it's not to go too far, but I view a lot of connectivity in like the wildlife tack. I mean, we are really asking ourselves, now that we have a few more resources and the analysts are helping, like, what is going on? What do these plans require? What are they doing on site? What are they monitoring, and does it make sense? And is there a better way? And how can we streamline it? Like an example is taking two plans into one. There's actually a lot of requirements that apply to noxious weed control and revegetation. It's not just now this plan, you know, but, and so we're finally having the time to look at all those pieces and try to align.
Great. Counselor Byer.
So since you opened this is Counselor Byer. As we move into the next phase of rulemaking, phase 39, I don't remember. But thinking about, do we need a re-veg plan? Do we need noxious weeds? How can we blend some of those, not lose the conditions that are important, but instead of having 5 different plans, kind of merge them. Tom, I'm looking at you, put that on your to-do list, because as you're identifying these things in the field, it makes so much sense to make our administrative rules kind of match up.
Yeah,
So thank you for.
Yeah, and it's
to get
being
there.
pushed in the permitting, so you'll start to see it come through in the next few projects, but it's still a challenge of what makes sense to those of us that sit in the office versus those that have to go work with a contractor and do it.
Good. Any other comments, questions?
My only
Mr.
comment is,
Condon?
Cindy Condon, for the record, I really appreciate the approach, new look at the way things are going, and I'm ready to make a motion if
Ready?
we're ready.
I think we're ready.
So, Mr. Chair, I move that the council approve the amendments to the Packwood Field Revegetation Plan and Noxious Weed Plan as presented and recommended by staff.
Is there a second? Counselor Grill.
For the record, this is Marcy. I second that motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. So Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Patty Perry.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. The next item is the Oregon Department of Fish and Wild. Oh, Sarah, thank you. I was moving on too fast here. Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife update on recommended preventative measures for solar facilities proposing sheep grazing as vegetative management strategy. This is an information item. We've got Jerry Thompson, John Day Watershed District Manager, ODFW, that'll present this item. The floor is yours, Jerry.
All right, good morning, Chair Howe, Vice Chair Condon, Commission. For the record, my name is Jeremy Thompson. I'm with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. I've sat before you previously as our energy coordinator with ODFW. I've recently taken a new role, as the slide shows. So glad to be able to come back and talk to y'all today and talk a little bit about ODF&W's approach to utilization of domestic sheep as a potential vegetation management strategy in solar farms. Next slide. Oh, this is not my. I'll make it up as we go, but that's all right. My computer crashed, all my notes went down, so we're kind of going from the hip already. So this map is why we're here today. So this map represents 4 distinct bighorn sheep herds in the state of Oregon. While it's hard to see communities, you can see the bend in the river right there, the orange line, that's the Dalles. And you can see Grass Valley is dead center of this map. What we have here is on the north end, you can see a narrow band of brown. That's the I-84 sheep herd. The larger brown on the right is the John Day Canyon. The Deschutes is to the west of that, and to the south is the Mutton Mountain herd, which is on the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation. These 4 sheep herds represent nearly 50% of all the California bighorn sheep in the state of Oregon. And you've seen the projects that have come up. You also recognize many of the currently proposed energy projects in the state, as well as the ones developed, are within that 10-mile buffer from these sheep herds. So a lot of overlap between many resources of concern within this area. Next slide. So I wanted to take just a little moment and be the biologist in the room and talk about the history of bighorn sheep and why we put so much effort and work into sheep in the state of Oregon. By 1915, bighorn sheep, and there's 2 subspecies in the state of Oregon, both the Rocky Mountain and the California. California is the one that we talk about when we look at the region in question. Those sheep were all extirpated by 1915 for a multitude of reasons, one of which was disease. Most of the indications we have are with domestic sheep moving into the region, and Oregon was a very intensively utilized landscape for domestic sheep management. Those carried an endemic disease to old world sheep that was novel, like much of the migration west. Novel diseases came with sheep as well as humans. And that disease episode was one of the major factors leading to sheep no longer being in the state of Oregon. Rocky Mountains held on a little bit longer. Rocky Mountains are found really in the northeast corner of the state, Hell's Canyon. They were extirpated by 1945 as our last record. In 1954, the Oregon Game Commission, the predecessor to our current agency, undertook an effort to reintroduce bighorn sheep. So we brought in sheep from British Columbia, put them in an enclosure on Hart Mountain National Antelope Refuge, and maintained them within a fenced space to reintroduce the first successful herd in the state of Oregon. And that's some of the work you can see in that bottom right-hand corner. We followed that with reintroducing sheep into Hell's Canyon in 1971. In the 70s, we really started expanding California bighorns as well, looking at the Steens, the Owyhees, all of Southeast Oregon in habitats that were now primarily utilized by not only the wildlife species, but the livestock industry had shifted to cattle grazing. So we didn't see that potential negative consequence of the 2 species interacting. Throughout the 70s, we spread the Californias. It wasn't until the early 90s that we first brought them into the Deschutes and John Day. We're 35 years at most of sheep being back in that region that now constitutes half our population. And we did that because we wanted to make sure that we had built up the relationships with the private landowners to ensure we could maintain separation of contact. Separation of contact is a term I'll probably use a couple different times today. It's really how we try to manage and balance bighorn sheep in a landscape where we still want the domestic sheep, we still want our agricultural community to be successful and thrive. Next slide. So take just a minute and talk a little bit about the disease. A lot of work has gone into this throughout my career, and the evolution of our knowledge base has really grown. Current science suggests that the primary pathogen responsible for bighorn sheep disease episodes is Mycoplasma pneumoniae. It's a pneumonia bacteria. It's not much different than the pneumonia we would get, but it proves very fatal within sheep. When we have a disease episode within a bighorn sheep herd, we can see upwards of 75% to 90% population loss. Very, very destructive for the herd. And then it lingers for potentially decades. Hell's Canyon has been in a long-term disease cycle for the last 20 years. So like any disease, there can be carriers within a population that don't express actual disease conditions, but they're carriers. So they spread it to the next generation. So lamb survival remains very low for a number of years. And this is a lamb out of Hell's Canyon. You can see the runny nose. This is a lamb that ultimately perished within the week. Next slide.
It's not the Hell's Canyon region that was contributing to the problem. It was carriers that were already in the herd.
Our research suggests, as we looked at movement patterns. Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep have much higher foray rates, to use the scientific term. They move a lot more. They have seasonal migrations. They'll go out and interchange between habitats in those migrational practices, especially with young males that are out on these forays trying to look for new populations to join. They can cross through domestic sheep allotments, private landowners, and get in contact with the disease and then carry it back to the main population. That's our science recommends or suggests that's what's happened within those populations. We now also have a long-term, or not as long-term, we're in a disease response effort down in the Owyhee Canyon as well. So we had a very similar outbreak in our California bighorn sheep in the Owyhee Canyon. So we've had multiple grad students trying to look at the extent of disease spread, testing a lot of sheep, looking at ways to treat the sheep population to see if we can take the disease out. Can we identify those long-term carriers and remove those from the population so that we can then jumpstart that lamb recruitment and try to get healthy sheep back on the landscape? A lot of work and effort goes into bighorn sheep management with a lot of very dedicated conservation groups that help fund that and partner with us on that landscape. So because this is a West-wide phenomenon, we actually have guidance documents that have been developed by the Western Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies. That's all of us doing fish and wildlife work this side of the Mississippi. So a pretty broad suite of state fish and wildlife entities. They recommend that we maintain 10 miles between all bighorns and domestics. So that's us managing our bighorn populations to not have them in areas that are within 10 minutes, and try to maintain a zero contact. That's a broad brush approach to living in a working land scenario where, again, especially in the Deschutes and John Day, we've worked hard at a partnership with the private landowners. It's a very private land dominated ecosystem. We've tried to help look at how we can maintain our bighorns to not have that interaction. We've taken it upon ourselves. So this, as we looked at how to respond to the first couple projects that has brought in sheep, and we're asked for comments by Odo staff, this is part of that evolution of how we came about the current recommendations we have. So this being the broad brush approach, we wanted to look at something a little bit more refined. Next slide. So this map, again, you can see those bighorn populations that we opened with. This also has many of the proposed or current energy facilities that have come through council. And then you can see the landscape in between has some varied colors that have a value between 1 and 0. This is an output from a modeling effort that was first published by O'Brien et al. In the Wildlife Society Bulletin, trying to look at ways to measure true risk of contact with bighorns in specific landscapes. So that color on the map represents permeability. How likely is a bighorn sheep specifically to move through that habitat type? This takes away that broad brush approach and looks at, in a specific landscape, would we expect a bighorn to move through and potentially interact with, in this case, domestics within a project facility? I think it's also important to note that in this model, it takes into account there's an attraction factor. There are close enough species that there's a pheromone link. So especially during the estrus cycle, we think that young bighorn males may seek out domestics. We see them in a lot of areas throughout Eastern Oregon. All of our Eastern Oregon wildlife biologists respond to wandering young male bighorns and remove them when they've come into contact with domestics.
Chair Howard, may I ask a
Yes,
question? I'm sorry that if, and I don't. And is herd the right word for sheep?
Yes.
Okay. So what's the average size herd that might be?
Yeah, so within the state, yeah, Commissioner Graff, thank you for that question. Within the state, we only have about 4,000 California bighorn sheep. Many of our populations are small, 100 to 200 animals at most. Within the John Day and Deschutes, the John Day River has about 1,200 estimated bighorn sheep as of our last census. The Deschutes has about 600. So again, 1,800 within those two of the supposed 4,000 we think we have in the state. So typically small bands and they spread out. They're matriarchal groups. So you get related ewes and lambs that stay together, and they'll spread out in the summer and be in scattered small groups of 2 to 10
Oh, yeah.
But
Seen them on the gorge.
Yeah, and that's, there, everybody, that's our, our best advertisement for bighorn sheep in the state is the
Yeah,
I-84
everybody
herd.
wants to jam on their brakes here, buzzing through there at 70, which, sorry, I didn't speed limit 65. But I feel like I haven't seen them as much over this past, I drive a lot, so I'm always watching. I might be the gawker, I don't know, but thank you for that.
And that's part of our management of the bighorn sheep in that area. We try to maintain a lower density on I-84, so they're less likely to move out of that habitat because they are within a community-based system there, and there are towns adjacent that are more likely to have domestic sheep from a 4-H student or something else. So we actively trap from that population to keep it at a set density.
So real quick, this is Kent, and this map shows where the bighorn sheep are occupying habitat. But I'm not sure I understand if it shows anything about where the domestic sheep are.
So in this landscape, within this mapped area, just to the east, there would be some domestic sheep.
Okay.
Currently within this area, there is a small band between the Deschutes River and the Mutton Mountain population. But generally, there's not a lot of active agricultural operations utilizing domestic sheep as one of their primary agricultural
So
products.
they're
Not a lot of dense sheep,
Yeah,
domestic sheep use within this area.
so the 10-mile buffer is being achieved here.
In general, yes,
Yeah.
Chair Howe. And there is a gap in the Deschutes River and the Mutton Mountains. There's a lot of really good bighorn habitat in that region. We have not reintroduced them there because of concerns about interaction. So we've actively tried to keep the Deschutes and the Mutton Mountain from connecting because they would potentially be within that closer proximity to domestic sheep.
Thank you.
Next slide. So from that modeling effort, what that model that we talked about in the last slide gives us is a risk of contact. How many expected interactions would we have in a year between a domestic sheep and a bighorn sheep? Internally, we had a work group of all of our bighorn biologists, not just those in the region in question, but also from around the state, to try to look at how could we be more refined in developing best management practices or recommendations for the utilization of domestic sheep as a vegetation control tool. So as we look at this, we've come up with some numbers that we think adds comfort to those bighorn sheep biologists. And there was a lot of bodies in a room trying to talk about where these levels were, and we have to recognize that nothing guarantees no disease transmission. Even in current environment, we still have disease transmission efforts. So this is our attempt as an agency to give recommendations to you and to the county permitting bodies that really avoid and minimize that potential to the greatest extent possible. So as we look at the modeling outputs for projects, what we're directing staff currently, and this is a document developed really with the idea of giving our staff consistent guidance on how to provide comments to council and how to interact with solar developers preemptive to any permit application. So if we get projects that we expect less than, 0.1 contacts per year, we don't assume that the risk there is low enough that in general, we probably won't recommend any other actions within the solar facility to reduce that interaction. If we have between 0 and 1, we're considering that a low risk site, and we'd like to look at some best management practices, and we'll go through those here in a moment. Between 1 and 2 potential contacts a year, again, knowing that there may be some conspecific attraction between those, and they may try to meet up at the fence, we're going to consider those moderate risk. And in addition to the best management practices, we'd like to really request some enhanced monitoring, trying to watch for the potential movement of bighorn adjacent to the facility so that we can respond to that as an agency and try to help minimize the risk of disease being brought back to the main population. And then if we're expecting more than 2 contacts per year, we really want that to be a site-specific conversation. And I say that as the person sitting here. My counterparts in the room really wanted to get to know, recognizing that we can't. As an agency, we make recommendations to you all. I think there's ways we can get creative on any facility to try to still have this tool available in the toolbox for developers and landowners. So it will be a site-specific plan in addition to these recommendations. So next slide. First is fencing, right? If stepping back, I mean, this talks a lot about the exterior fence that already has to be present on a solar farm. I think you've seen some past projects where our staff have recommended modifications of exterior fencing. Can we make it wildlife friendly? Can we make it permeable? In areas of any potential contact, we will no longer be making that request within our comments. Going back to the industry standard of chain link really minimizes the opportunity for domestic sheep to get out of a fence or bighorns to find a gap and come in. And that's huge. I mean, I think having that exterior fence, if it's maintained, and a lot of what our BMPs get at is trying to develop a standard for how we maintain those fences. So trying to look at ways to make sure that wildlife can't get through. I think most solar developers can probably tell you stories of deer in projects, other wildlife making those incursions, which we want to encourage for most species. But in a case where we may have disease concerns, we want to look at how do we minimize sheep getting out or sheep getting in so that we can really avoid that potential contact. So these really just get at how can we build some standards for fence maintenance on the outside of a project, with hopefully some other options as well. So we did develop these in collaboration with domestic sheep partners in the state. We've consulted. I don't think we agree on 100% of the recommendations, but we really tried to look at things that would be feasible for a potential permittee inside inside a project. Currently, we only have one operator that's doing that work, as we heard for Patchogue. So we really leaned on that expertise from an Oregon-specific standpoint of what they've learned and how they institute their own personal controls, and tried to capture something similar within our document as well. So looking at ways at exterior control points. I think most of the time, and I'll use deer as the example because that's what we see as a conflict currently. When deer get into a solar farm, it's generally because somebody left open a gate or there's a big hole under the fence. And that's not just in solar facilities. That's all of the agricultural fence we put up. That's everything in the state. So if there's ways that we can have some better control, whether that's cattle guards, a lot of sheep producers use individually readable tags. We can put readers at those gates to know if a sheep gets out of the gate. Try to be creative preemptively as we're working through a permit application at finding what can work in a specific location and institute that within any recommendations we make.
So, quick question, do cattle guards work for sheep?
Not, so we have.
Certainly. This is Councilor Byer. Just a quick question on whether or not cattle guards also work for sheep.
Councilperson Byer, that's a great question. In a lot of cases, they can. But one of the concerns that was brought up throughout our collaborative development of this is that in the landscape that we see these projects going in, wind transport of soils can be pretty high. I think any wheat farmer in the area can tell you stories of wheat transport of soils. That tends to fill in cattle guards. So there's a high maintenance need on cattle guards within that area. That was our original recommendation, was just double cattle guard. Through that outreach, came to maybe thinking there would be other ways to look at it that might be easier to maintain for the project. Next slide. Internal fencing. So in addition to the already required security fence, if we can find opportunities to add internal fence to proposed projects, this gets us a long ways in maintaining that separation of contact. This recommendation was developed in trying to think about current projects that are going through the permitting realm or ones that are already developed, and how does that layout look? Hopefully my development partners in the room don't look at this and cringe. We know that each project is different, layouts are different, and where an internal fence might be put to not interfere with operations will differ. But in general, as we thought about the projects, especially where we're currently looking at sheep operations, maintaining that exterior fire boundary, if we can put a fence internal to that, that gives us a really good separation boundary that's going to maintain that separation of contact that we're trying to achieve. But again, trying to look at maintenance of that fence as well. And again, I think we had staff that were ready to recommend electric fence because it is easier to put up. It can be moved. Again, collaboratively looking at the landscape with the soil and moisture that we expect for these project areas that we're discussing. Electric fence is not effective. So again, trying to be adaptive to the situation at hand. Next slide. Herd management. So a lot of current sheep producers use herders. Having people on site to monitor sheep, not only the domestics, but the potential for bighorns, is another huge factor that can maintain that separation. Knowing how many come in, how many go out, just trying to have a little bit of herd management so we can document and know that if we lost the domestic sheep, now we know we need to go look for it and try to intercept it, get it captured and brought back to the producer before it can find the bighorn or a bighorn can find it. Again, I think with double fencing, we're now looking at how do we maintain sheep where they're supposed to be or where we want them to be, if you will, so that we don't have those potential interactions. Next slide. So we really want to have notification protocols for projects as well. Making sure that everyone knows what that risk is and that we have it available for everyone on site. There's also some suggestion that specific sheep breeds may be less likely to try to get out of a facility. Looking at natural herding domestic sheep makes them want to be together. So they're not trying to strike out on their own and get out. So if there's opportunity in a project to look at composition, not just of breed, but also type. So if we're in an area of higher risk, we can use non-breeding, wethers, non-breeding domestic sheep to reduce that pheromone attraction, make it less likely that bighorn sheep would want to come up and investigate what's going on in that facility. Next slide. This is where we want to have sighting protocols. If a bighorn shows up at a facility, what are we going to do? Our staff currently actively manage bighorn when they show up in places we don't want them. So how do we make sure that facility staff or herders on site recognize that desire by ODFW? So having handouts, having informational guides available will be a key to putting that into place. Next slide. This is an example of a job aid that was put together for Bake Oven Solar. This has been handed, this was part of their site-specific safety training that the developer requires of anyone coming on site. The herders are generally Spanish speaking, so we wanted to make sure that we had materials that worked for them in their native language. So every herder has this, it's posted on their safety boards. This is just a common communication protocol that asks anyone if they see a bighorn, they can call any one of the local staff for that region and let us know. Next slide. So we talked about, for low risk sites, we would ask for this suite or some subset thereof of the best management practices. In the moderate risk sites, that's where we want to also add in enhanced monitoring. So again, is there some way to look and check for potential bighorn sheep forays into a project vicinity? Trail cameras, security cameras, motion cameras, cell phone cameras. These are all tools that we currently use in wildlife management, trying to partner with developers to look at something similar so that we know if a bighorn shows up at a project, we're going to respond and make sure that that animal can't carry disease back. Next slide. With that, that's the basis of what we're working on. And I wanted to open it up to any more questions the council might have.
Comments, questions? Councilor Byer?
So far, it sounds like we have one project that is actively using domestic sheep. And then we probably have others where we've approved this is the vegetation control.
Councilperson Byer, we currently have 2 projects that are using sheep for vegetation control, both within a single company of ownership. So one of those would show as a low risk within our modeling effort. That's what's permitted is the Bake Oven facility within the 3 phases. That's where we've worked on a lot of these BMPs through their active utilization. So we've been trying to learn on the fly as an agency and been very interactive and collaborative with that project to try to institute some of these controls on an already operational project. And using that for any future comment for a project that would come forth and ask for sheep within their vegetation management protocols.
This is Counselor Byer again, and this is for both Odo and ODFW. Most of these BMPs would be included in the wildlife mitigation plan or revegetation, noxious weeds. Do we need to do anything with our conditions of approval to enforce these BMPs? That makes sense.
The conditions typically allow for or require the revegetation plan and the noxious weed plan. It's the plans themselves that have the details in it. And so, I mean, but those are effectively, you know, as those get finalized, because it, you know, at the point of application, maybe a developer is thinking about using sheep, maybe they're not, maybe later on they want to change to add sheep. That can be done with amendments or finalizations of those plans. It's the details in the plans that have to be clear and adhered to.
Quick follow-up, those are decisions we would delegate to staff typically.
I mean, I think that is one of the things we brought up. You know, Sarah had done her presentation on that statutory provision, which allows for the delegation. I think those are the things that we want to be clearer about in the future as to, you know, what things are we recommending to council that you delegate to us and why? And if you agree to that, do you want us to come back to you with those as an information item? Do you want sort of the right to, you know, validate or approve or deny those? All those things will be dealt with kind of on a case-by-case basis. But we absolutely want to be more clear and transparent when that happens. And I think because this is a sort of emerging usage, and clearly there are a lot of concerns about the impacts to the wild populations, we're going to err on the side of caution and want to make sure that, you know, anything that occurs with these is brought back to council. You're tracking this. There is clear transparency because obviously we want to be very careful and we don't want to have either any lack of understanding or kind of adherence on our part that could result in the decimation of these wild populations.
Just a thank you and thanks to ODFW for working so closely with our team to address this issue and adapting to it. And we look forward to continued presentations on how things are working on the ground. But this is a great example of agencies working together, but also why this takes time, because we do want to get it right. And this kind of collaboration with state agencies, the developers, and the landowners is pretty important. So thank you.
Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. Just a quick question, more for curiosity's sake. I think you mentioned tagging that of the domestic population and possible tagging that has some electronic communication, GPS or whatever. As you talk to people that are thinking about this or doing sheep grazing already, is there funding available to somebody who wants to tag in a manner that is helpful to the bighorn sheep population? Is there help with, you know, maybe the step up to technology to track those?
Vice Chair Condon, I think anytime someone wants to be creative and trying to add protections for wildlife, we have multiple partners in the conservation space that we're willing to help facilitate grant applications too.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Thompson, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Very informative.
I think I'm staying here for the next one.
We probably have a break right now to grab lunch, so 15-minute break, and then we'll be back for you again.
We'll come back at 11:45.
Most of this presentation, but I'm here to answer any questions you might have and joined by Jeremy.
Yeah, again, for the record, Jeremy Thompson, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, here to answer any questions that might come up.
Is Ms. Goebel on the line?
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Good morning, Chair Howe and members of the council. I'm Daisy Goebel, Senior Technical Specialist with Haley and Aldrich. I was hoping to join you in person this morning, but I woke up feeling a little under the weather, so I apologize for my voice. And please let me know if I need to repeat anything as we go through the presentation. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so Chris Clark had introduced this topic at a previous meeting. I'll be taking the reins and helping guide this technical advisory committee with the expertise of Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as Chris Clark and Odo. The purpose of this TAC is to review Oregon Department of Energy's bird and bat fatality thresholds and impacts to wildlife more broadly with wind energy. You can move on to the next slide. Okay, thank you. So the basis of this tax stems from concerns with bird and bat fatalities, stemming from the understanding that the current procedures for determining thresholds of concern may not be based on the best available science. So the TAC will be tasked with reviewing existing policies and scientific literature, what other states and provinces are doing for bird and bat mortalities, and providing recommendations on how we might improve our thresholds and mitigation measures for wind turbine impacts. You can move on to the next slide. Perfect. So we've identified 5 categories of research questions that we're looking to answer with this committee. So the first is, how do wind-related bird and bat mortality rates translate to population level impacts? The second is, how might we refine and standardize our mortality estimates from project to project? The third is, are our existing thresholds of concern adequate to protect migratory species and habitats, as well as other species? And what preventative conditions and mitigation measures are most effective for reducing bird and bat fatalities and offsetting impacts to these species? Next slide. Okay, so our scope focuses on wind energy facilities in the Columbia Plateau ecoregion, since this is where wind energy development is occurring. The focus is broadly on wildlife and wildlife impacts, but we expect that the emphasis will narrow in on bird and bat mortality. Next slide. We recommend that the committee be composed of close coordination with the Department of Energy and the Department of Fish and Wildlife, as well as representatives from the Washington state counterparts, as well as the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and these 5 identified tribal departments. Yes, so the process will start with identifying, if approved today, identifying these participants from each of these organizations and any others that are recommended by the council, establishing what their scope of participation will look like depending on their availability and capacity. We'll work together to conduct a literature review and synthesis and develop policy recommendations based on the best available science. We'll present the preliminary results and recommendations to the council, and then we'll engage in public engagement, stakeholder consultation, and refining those policy recommendations before presenting it as a final report to the council. Perfect. So yeah, this will take about a year, we're estimating, and we'll be, like I said earlier, working very closely with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So me and Chris and Jeremy are here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Goebel. Questions, comments from council? Counselor Byer?
What is the time frame for this reporting activity? And I think we had that presentation earlier this summer, so there's a lot of data to consider. Just wondering how aggressive the time frame is on this.
Our preliminary timeframe has this scope occurring within the next 12 months. Given everyone's capacity, we would hope to meet with the Technical Advisory Committee a few times before having our preliminary policy recommendations, and then we'll bring it back to the public review process and stakeholder engagement. So we would hope to have a final policy recommendations in about 12 months.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Mr. Chair.
Secretary Cornett?
For the record, Todd Cornett, also, so as we're getting into the phase 3 rulemakings, what we're also trying to do, and we've been in coordination with Tom Jackman as well, is that any kind of policy recommendations certainly could be enacted based on individual projects. Should there be a wind project moving forward at the same time, but ultimately also it will likely inform the rulemaking with Fish and Wildlife Standard and Threatened Endangered Species Standard. So we wouldn't want to initiate that rulemaking prior to this, because the outcome of this could really not feed the entirety of that rulemaking, but I think a very important part of that. And Chris and Jeremy can kind of respond to that also, but that's my sort of take on it.
Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you, Cindy Condon, for the record. I'm just curious, time involvement and the recommended committee composition, is there bandwidth from those entities to participate in the process, or has there been pushback? Maybe we don't have the time or resources?
Thank you, Councilor Condon. I can respond to that. That's something that we want to be very aware of going into it, because I think some of the committee representatives will have a lot of valuable insight to share, even if they're not able to commit a big swath of time each month. So we want to make sure that in our initial engagement, we're asking those questions of what do you perceive your capacity will be, and then assigning, especially with the literature review portion, based on individual capacity and with an understanding of what they expect their bandwidth to be over the next 12 months.
Okay, thank you very much.
And Councilmember Condon and Chair Howe, if I could also respond, I just want to say that Jeremy has generously offered the support of some of his staff and colleagues at ODFW. I think we have not reached out to other agencies yet, waiting for feedback from the council. So,
thank you.
And one more note on that. While we haven't gotten the feedback from them, a reminder that it is the short legislative session coming up. So we always want to be mindful of, particularly during the long session, because that ends up taking a lot of time and resources from a lot of the stakeholders that we actually work with. And so trying to coordinate our rulemakings or these types of, efforts where we want those same people, but in this instance, it's a short session, doesn't mean that they won't be busy during that time frame, but because it's a short session, there will be hopefully more capacity than there will be the following year.
Councilor Vice Chair Condon?
Thanks. And it's a short session for us, but doesn't Washington meet, the Washington participants, or possible participants, did their legislature meet every year?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Oh, I thought they met, but
I'm pretty sure they do.
Regular session, but not sure. All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? This is an action item. Do we have a motion? Councilor Creel?
Mr. Chair, I move that the council authorize the department to form a technical advisory committee to make policy recommendations on how to address the potential impacts of wind energy development on wildlife and wildlife habitat in the Columbia Plateau ecoregion as presented and recommended by staff. And apologies for the record, this is Marcy Graham.
Is there a second? Councilor Byer?
I second that motion.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Patty Perry,
Yes.
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Cindy Condon,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Marcy Grail.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll move now to the Yellow Rosebush Energy Center. This is the council's review of the draft proposed order. It's an information item provided by Kathleen Sloan and Kellen Tardy, senior siting analyst.
Yeah. Oh, I'm on? Am I on? Okay. For the record, Kellen Tardyweather, Senior Siting Analyst, Oregon Department of Energy. I apologize to council, obviously, or to chair, how obviously we didn't update our chair script when we had some staff swap Satooskis with our presentations. So I am going to be presenting this agenda item today instead of Kate Sloan. However, we are co-leads on this project, and Kate has brought it in with the ASC informational meeting and the draft proposed order hearing. And I am taking it from here. Just give us 1 second because I'm going to see if Nancy passes the ball to me, and then I'm going to try to share the presentation from my screen. Okay, she's saying I am allowed to do something here. Okay, share what? Okay. Is that as big as it, is that what it's supposed to look like? That's what it looks like, that's what it's supposed to look like on the webinar, right? I think so. Okay. Okay. All right, well, let's get started. We are running early today. That means I can talk for 2 hours. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay, we're gonna keep this lively, and just because everybody just had lunch. And, but it's also super interesting. So I'm happy to be here. Again, Kate Sloan is my co-lead for the Yellow Rosebush Energy Center application for site certificate. She's on the phone. The applicant is Yellow Rosebush Energy Center LLC, but the parent company is Savion, and they're on the line as well. This is council's review of the draft proposed order. This is a step in the process that happens after the record has closed, right? So we're not doing any public testimony. We're not supplementing the record at this point. I do want to point out, I'll mention this later on. There is a carve out in rule when the department is preparing its proposed order. It is able to do agency consultation with reviewing agencies to clarify or supplement the record for any DPO comments as necessary. So oh, there we go. Okay. So this isn't as, there's no way I can make that bigger, or can I? Or was that the size for the other presentation? Okay. Okay.
Can you do it with a plus sign?
Give me one.
Can you do it on the plus sign?
What was it?
Can you do it on the plus sign at 100%?
Well, hold on, let me go to layout. That might. Well, that. Oh, layout. Okay.
Let's see if we go.
Or there's full screen view.
It's great.
No.
I don't know. I mean, I guess it just changed.
Okay.
Those side by side.
Well, then let me go down to. Well, but now I need to find my thing. Sorry.
Can you change the 100% to 150%?
Yeah, maybe. Let me just get out of full screen view so I can actually see my other. So I need to be able to go here. It's probably how I shared it on the onset. Well, okay.
Yours.
Okay, she's the presenter right now. Okay, anyways, we're just gonna proceed. Is that, can council members see this? I'm gonna have some maps up. So part of the reason why I like sharing my screen is I made some corrections to the PowerPoint, but I also like if council has specific questions, I can like pull up specific DPO comments. I've been working in the proposed order. We can look up applicant responses. I like being able to like leave and have an interactive experience. So this is how it is for the folks on the webinar. It should look fine. It looks a little bit small to us in the room, and I apologize for that. Anyhow, so Yellow Rose Bush, it's an 800 megawatt solar facility primarily in Wasco County. It has a site boundary that is 8,025. That helps. Cool. Thanks, guys. Oh, that's much better. The site boundary is a little over 8,000 acres. However, okay, yeah. Sorry. And then there's a micro-siting area, which we'll talk a little bit more about that within that larger site boundary that's about 1,000 acres less, which is about 7,000 acres. There is a portion that crosses into Sherman County. The only portion that's in Sherman County is this alternative transmission line. So there's a primary transmission line, which is very, very short, which is like associated with the substation, which is in the facility site boundary. That is the primary. However, the applicant does represent that it may need to use this other longer transmission line. So while I have this up here, council's familiar with the concept of site boundaries and micrositing areas. It's very often that a site boundary is a larger outline of the area that is being proposed. However, applicants often propose a smaller micrositing area within that larger area, and that is the area that is surveyed, like for field surveys, and functionally, if council approves it, council would be approving to locate any facility components within that micrositing area and not necessarily within that larger site boundary. Here's some details about the facility. I know Kate, and it's Kathleen Sloan, but we call her Kate, so I'm just gonna refer to her as Kate. So here's some aspects of the energy facility, which is the solar components. In council's definitions, an energy facility is the energy facility itself and its related or supporting facilities. So over on the right, we have related or supporting facilities, very common with these types of facilities. We have a substation, O&M buildings, perimeter fencing, staging areas, access roads, and as I had mentioned, 2 transmission lines. Well, a primary and an alternative transmission line. Council also saw this at the DPO hearing and at the info meeting. I'm not going to go through this in great detail, although I wanted to highlight a couple things because we take a lot of we take a lot of pride in the work that we do, and we know that it takes a long time, and we get some external criticism from some folks. And I'm here to give us praise because we got a preliminary application in August of 2024. And then we deemed that preliminary application complete in August 2025. So we did, and that's a year, it's a long time, but what that includes is a very substantive and lengthy back and forth of information exchange to get to a complete application. And then the other part of our workflow that we do as staff, as the siting analysts, is when we review an application, we are writing the draft proposed order. So we don't linearly review something and then take a complete and then write, which is kind of how the old us used to work. We're doing these together. So the preliminary and completeness review may take a little bit longer, but then, that took a year. But then look at these timelines. They filed the complete application on September 5th. We deemed it complete on August 28th. They filed it on September 5th. On September 25th, we had the complete application informational meeting. And then on October 1st, we issued the DPO, right? So by the time we deem something complete, and this is a lot of functionally how we work with amendments, by the time we deem it complete, we're like, it's ready to go. So it's also a very more efficient and effective way to review information and get through the process. Just last month, on October 23rd, we were in Maupin at the in-person public hearing on the DPO. And thank you, council members and members of the public and the applicant for being there. During the intro to the DPO hearing, these were the standards that Kate went over and touched on in a lot of detail. I'm reminding council about this because this is council's review of the DPO. However, the scope of what I'm focusing on today is rather than marching through each standard and interesting conditions in the DPO, I'm really going to focus on what people commented on, applicants' responses, and our recommendations in the proposed order. Because actually, as you can see here, and as you recall from listening to the hearing and reviewing the comments, applicant comments, public comments, and responses to comments, we kind of touched all over everywhere almost in the DPO. So these were as a list of the issues that were raised. And so that's kind of the scope of my presentation today. Council did also, in preparation of the DPO hearing, Kate Sloan provided council a lengthy staff report that really kind of pulled out each standard of the interesting and important aspects. That said, this is council's review of the DPO. If you want to go somewhere in the DPO and talk about it that I didn't highlight today in today's presentation, we can go there and we can talk about it, and you can make your recommendations, and we can document those as to be reflected later in the proposed order, which is the next step, which, by the way, welcome Councilmember Perry. I'm excited to be here. It's the first time that we've been able to work together. So, I'm going to go to the next slide, and you can kind of see this map here. You can see the reference. This is in the complete application, Exhibit C, Figure C-2.2. I want to pause here. And in my staff report for this presentation, I talked about, there was a lot of general themes in the public comments, which also going back on that last slide, I'm really focusing on the comments. There were a lot of comments in advocacy for the project. I'm not focusing on those. I'm focusing on the comments, particularly the substantive comments that raised issues that we would like to respond to today. So in those comments that raised issues, a lot of them were kind of not general in nature, but I would kind of put them in a bucket that they really had to do with completeness of the application, right? A lot of them said, how can you approve this, or this isn't complete because this is a data gap. So I'm going to remind council that when we deem an application complete, what I said just a couple slides ago, when we deem a preliminary application complete, it is not an approval. What it means, what a complete application means, is that there's enough information. The information is adequate for us to draft findings or recommend conditions of approval in the DPO. So that's what a complete application means. Sarah Esterson's talked about it a little bit. It's come up in a couple other presentations under ORS, what is it, the 369, 402, sorry, and we'll get it. But this is the delegation of authority, right? So, and I will connect these dots a little bit more later, but they are connected, because when we deem an application complete and when we're writing the DPO, you do not have 100% of the information, and that is the nature and complexity of these large energy projects. So that is kind of my response, just high level, and we'll get into the details later about what completeness means, what it means for the public and what it means for the council. I also want to remind council, and for anybody listening, that these big projects, they are going to have impacts, and council standards allow for impacts. And most of the standards say taking into consideration mitigation. And what mitigation means is that you are, offsetting that impact somehow. And what mitigation, in our words, what that means is a condition of approval, or usually some sort of mitigation plan And what those are, varies depending on the standard, but we have to remember these facilities have impacts. So the third general issue that was raised, or my response, is there was confusion or claims and issues raised about the facility's proximity to the canyons, ridges, and waterways in the vicinity of the facility. So I have this up here, and this purple line over here, with my cursor, the purple line is that larger site boundary. So you can see it here, and it goes right up to that ridge, right? Down here, here's the purple line, and it kind of bumps up right out to a ridge. What we see oftentimes with site boundaries is they may follow property lines for participating landowners, and they're cut different ways. But the important thing is that that is not where they have proposed or requested to locate facility components. The blue area in this map is that micrositing area. You can see here, even here. So this yellow line is the micrositing area. So that's where, if council approves it, they would be approved to locate facility components within that yellow line. But where they're at, what the facility layout that they've represented here is the actual components would go where the blue is. So we're actually pretty far set back from that ridge line. It's approximately a quarter of a mile away. I'm going to go to the next slide here, which is, this is a figure, and we'll look at this later on too, of a portion of the habitat mitigation area. So, and these are those black hatched lines within the site boundary. So, and I'm going to go back. So look at the black hatched lines here, here, there's a little bit here, there, and down there. I'm going to go back. Those areas are here, here, and in here. So what that means is we'd actually have facility, micrositing area where your components are, and then, fence line, and then those are actual habitat mitigation areas until you get into the ridge line. So I really wanted to walk through that because a lot of the comments blend logical and ecological concepts of, if you are doing construction right in this area with these steep slopes, it's going to aggravate erosion. Erosion will cause downstream water impacts to streams and waterways, spawning habitat. So I really wanted to point that out. There's a couple other responses that we are recommending on this in the proposed order that are already in the proposed order. So I guess it's, but of kind of helping route to another section to address it, is that in land use, there are required setbacks, which where facility components such as the substation, solar components, O&M building, they have to be located on land flatter than a 40% slope. And then like O&M buildings and the battery have to be set back 50 feet from any slopes. Additionally, as discussed in the wildfire section, the applicant proposed a 50-foot vegetative maintenance area in between electrical components, so your solar components, and the fence line. So, and that's actually not captured in this picture. So now you have solar components, 50 feet of vegetation maintenance area where there wouldn't be any of those activities, the erosion causing activities happening, then fence line, and then your habitat mitigation area or just general buffer in between the ridge line. So that's just kind of the general response, because a lot of those comments were related to that principle, which if you're looking at the map, that it seems like the facility may go up to those ridge lines, but it does not. The site boundary does though, however. Okay, so reviewing agency comments, we're just going to start with these. On the record of the DPO, the Department of State Lands provided their wetland delineation concurrence letter, which concurred with their wetland delineation. So the recommendation in the proposed order is to update the section based on that letter. What I've done in that section is we had a table summarizing the wetlands, and I replaced it with a table from the actual concurrence letter. So there was a comment from Wasco County that technically came in on the DPO comment period, but it's a little bit weird because of that condensed time frame of deeming complete and issuing the DPO. We had an outstanding question from the county that we asked prior to issuing the DPO, and they just happened to get back to us during the comments of the comment period on the DPO. So either way, we're recommending, we had this condition because we were missing this kind of legal verification for this one parcel. They verified it. So we recommend deleting that condition out. What that does do is it riddles through, because it was actually land use condition 1. It means we also then have to renumber all of our land use conditions, but that's what we like doing. So, and as council remembers, Mayor Carol Beatty provided comments on, oral comments at the hearing and really raised concerns about housing. I do want to point out that in the staff report and on a previous version of the slide, I had it that she raised traffic concerns too, but that was done by somebody else. So I kind of, her issue was housing. So the applicant followed up with her, and then in their applicant's response to DPO comments, they proposed creating through agency coordination and submitting a construction temporary housing plan. And so what we've done is we updated the findings and, in preparation of the proposed order. So we've done the findings and we've drafted a condition that's based off of the applicant's representations. So, which is, we said the certificate holder shall provide the department, City of Maupin, Wasco County, and Wasco County a construction workforce housing plan, and it must include evaluation of ongoing patterns of housing uses and shortages, considerations of concerns and suggestions from the city and the county, and strategies to minimize impacts to housing. And then the second condition that you often see piggyback with that is during construction, basically reporting on the success of that plan. If there's ongoing issues, provide strategies to mitigate those issues. So the applicant provided comments on the DPO. So as a reminder, applicant can comment on the record of the DPO and then also has an opportunity to respond to the comments. The applicant did not respond to their comments. That's just a joke. Okay. So they requested to change or clarify information that is in retirement financial assurance conditions 5 and 6. I think it's probably been over a year now. We've been weaving in language to the retirement conditions, maybe even approximately a year. I think it's been over, but it's addressed to and tied to organizational expertise and concerns about what if the certificate holder or the parent company do not have the organizational expertise or the financial means to properly operate and maintain this facility. And there's this nexus in between organizational expertise and retirement and financial assurance. So we've added in the language is the right to adjust the contingencies as appropriate and necessary to ensure that the costs to restore the site are adequate to maintain health and safety of the public and environment. So that's the language that we add in. The applicant, requested change or clarification on what that means in the circumstances in which that can be adjusted. And I do want to point out that this has happened on other projects too. And I do think it is important to be responsive to when applicants and certificate holders consistently bring up issues to us. So we suggest, we don't recommend deleting it, but we are going to clarify that it really is intended. I think their concern is that it could be used at discretion by the Department of Council if maybe there was bad blood in between a facility, or it could just not be clear of when that could be exercised in the future. And so we feel like it's pretty clear that it has to be in circumstances where there is an ongoing compliance issue that has to do with public health and safety or the environment. This is not just a one-time issue. It's you're having repeated incident reports, non-responsiveness, certificate holders aren't addressing or mitigating an issue. There has to be these significant issues and thresholds in which council would exercise this. So we recommend making clarification in response to that comment, but not changing the language in the condition. The applicant requested several changes to various conditions. We lined each of those out in our staff report. And I think predominantly for all the condition requests we did, aside from the retirement one, we did recommend adopting their request. For instance, the second bullet here, they listed some fish and wildlife conditions of adding in, usually the conditions typically say prior to construction of the facility component or phase as applicable. And we had that for some conditions, but then not for those ones. And they're asking us to add it in. And the department agrees that that is suitable because it does allow flexibility with facility build out and with demonstrating pre-construction compliance in the future. For instance, if they just want to build out all the facility roads as a first phase of a facility, they could go through these applicable conditions and demonstrate compliance with them for that portion, or if they were going to build out just a certain southern portion of the facility. So we do recommend adopting that proposal. And then there's a noise control. They request changes to a noise control condition. Again, this is clarifying. It's not a substantive edit, and it is just making it clear when copies of air quoting here, a noise waiver would be needed only where there are exceedances. And we agree with that condition language change. Does council have any questions about other applicant requests?
Vice Chair
Councilmember
Condon.
Condon.
Thank you. And I was sorry, I was just looking for language. Can we go back to the requested change for clarification for recommended retirement and financial assurance conditions?
Do you want to look at the condition or what they requested?
What they request, what I'm questioning is, what is the clarification needed for? So can we go back to, to what the language is that we have been using for the last year? If you've got it.
I don't know if I have it in my slide. I have it in my notes.
Yeah, and I think you just read it. I did. One of the thing that I'm questioning is, we have the right to change the security instrument. That is really, I mean, that's what I've taken as pretty clear. What I heard you say, if there were compliance issues, the compliance was somehow involved. I'm trying to reconcile that because retirement, very, very different than compliance issues. And we don't have it, or that I know of, we don't have an ability to ask for financial guarantee, or that's compliance isn't a factor in the financial requirement. And as I understand it.
This is Sarah Esterson for the record. So The reason this contingency has been added onto the decommissioning, as the decommissioning condition is because we believe if they have ongoing compliance issues that could raise like spills and fires and things that are sort of out of control, that amount may no longer be adequate to restore the site because that amount is based on a perfectly well-operated facility. So, I mean, we were connecting the dots to the two of those things, that our ongoing compliance evaluation is going to look at the adequacy of your decommissioning given what's happening over time.
So just to follow up on that, so if that's the case, as time goes on and we have the annual inspections and compliance, if we see there are just too many compliance issues, there are too many spills and whatnot, are we willing to say, okay, in the third year, they're still operating, they're just not in compliance and we see a pattern, are we then saying we want to update the financial retirement assurance because we've got these compliance issues? Is
That's
that
the
the
idea.
assessment that's being done?
Well, that's what this contingency add-on would do.
Yeah, and we're already doing that, right? I mean, we've added that language, right?
It's
Previously.
right into the condition. We haven't actually exercised that provision yet.
Right, and that's what I'm questioning is what are we exercising with respect to compliance? And I just haven't heard compliance as a piece of it before.
And so the question is, what are we doing today without this provision?
No. So we have that language in
Yes.
some.
In site certificates for facilities that haven't
Have
actually
not-
been built.
Yes, and so this is kind of a new
Yes.
thought process for
Mhm.
me. And I'm just trying to get my arms around, okay, we are updating not only for the update in amount at retirement, but we're factoring in compliance issues that could be a much bigger problem. A spill might be a much bigger issue when it comes to retirement.
Right.
We find problems in the soil or whatever. Is that
Right,
correct?
yes.
Great.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
It was inspired by you. That's how we got there.
Oh my gosh, I'm delighted. Thank you.
But I guess that said, is there a way? Do you have any suggestions of how we should make that more clear or limiting on when it can be exercised? That to me is what applicants and certificate holders are commenting on. They are worried about how this may be exercised in the future, or what would be the trigger to exercise this. And so I feel like that, I think it's okay if you are happy with this. I think it's also okay to be responsive to what their concern is. I have, let me pull up. Oh, look, there it is. There it is, right there. Okay. I love it when that happens. Okay, so recommended. So the intent of this clause, and this is not verbatim, and I know this is a lot of words, but this is from your staff report, but it's basically to, the circumstances that would merit adjusting, the department or council adjusting these contingencies if there's reoccurring, ongoing, and severe issues with facility maintenance, issues with health and safety, or issues with health and safety in the environment. So that's generally what we would add in, because this is one of those circumstances you don't want to be overly prescriptive to then limit, like, create some issue later that actually isn't an issue, or preclude other issues that may want to trigger it. So
I guess your question is, are there suggestions? And in my mind, if I were the applicant, I would probably be making that same argument. I don't want to be, no, I don't want that in there.
Yeah.
But we're not necessarily responsible. We're responsible to the state of Oregon and what happens at the end. And so for me, it's, hey, we know that spills could be a factor, and and they have the responsibility for compliance. And for some reason, we found that they haven't been compliant, so we're raising that. I think as clear as we can make that is it's a compliance issue. And we're going to factor it in on the back end. So as clear as you can make that, I think that's how I interpret our responsibility.
Okay.
Thank you.
Patrick Rowe, DOJ. I just have one thought on that. We discussed this, I don't know, within the last 12 months or so. I think there could be circumstances where the department would want to, and council would want to reserve the right to adjust the financial assurance amount that aren't related to compliance. For example, there might be a market-based condition, disposal of wind turbine blades. Maybe there's an estimate that we based it on, and now we've learned that facilities are charging a lot more for disposal of wind turbine blades. So just a thought that I would want to share. I don't think we would want to limit it to only compliance issues.
But I thought that was already.
It is.
It may be.
Well,
Cool.
Well, because we've had a 20% contingency add-on for all projects since, at least for the last 15 years, to account for uncertainties.
10 and 12.
Right.
But even given that, sorry, I thought our ability to increase the financial assurance, retirement and assurance, the 20% has always been built, or there's a contingency always built in, but we had the right to change that.
We adjust, I mean, the conditions allow for an annual adjustment for inflation, but that's it. And to be based on a form approved by the council. So you approve a form, you approve the institution, we adjust for inflation, but that's.
Only inflation.
Yeah.
Okay. I would hardly agree with looking more in, perhaps not for this one, but yeah. It's, I think what Councilor wrote.
Now, one thing to consider though, and not to go too far astray, but like, our ORFA, Organizational Expertise in Retirement and Financial Assurance Standards, are the first on the books for 2026.
Right.
And that, I mean, one of the ideas we've been toying around with is why don't, why doesn't the rule allow for or require a 5-year review? Like we approve it in permitting, but then this question, right? We don't want some people now to have this uncertainty of I mean, they do, but to us, it was compliance linked. I actually thought we had another condition in this order that connects it to the compliance evaluation, then you're routed over to this condition. But do you know what I'm talking about? No.
Compliance evaluation, like the annual report?
Right. Anyway, so I think that the rulemaking is going to open it up and will set a better stage and could inform how these conditions are being crafted, more.
Right, and yes, hence the question, hence the conversation is that it be on the record and, notices that we're.
Right.
We're trying to get our arms around all of the issues together and the financial security we have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cornett.
Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, I'm happy to say that Sarah stole my thunder on that one, because that was exactly what I was going to say. I don't know that the standard now precludes the ability to do that, but it certainly doesn't clarify that you can do it. And I think that's exactly what we want to look at is during that rulemaking is, there's potentially a lot of uncertainty in the future. Should we look at this a little bit differently? Should we build in some sort of frequency of reevaluation of the financial assurance for decommissioning? It's a good idea to talk about. And again, whether council wants to do it or not do it, I think it's a good opportunity during the rulemaking and clarify, again, if you want to do it, make it clear in the rules. I mean, again, I don't think it precludes you now, but it's not something we've ever done. And so it's a little bit awkward, especially in the middle of an application. So we would rather do these things kind of from a policy perspective where there's a lot of opportunities for stakeholder participation and commenting.
Councilor Byer.
Just a quick observation as we're having this discussion that I can understand that the applicant is sort of concerned about a retaliatory kind of behavior by the council, by the department. So as we move forward into rulemaking, making sure that our standards are clear, that they're objective, that somebody can't say you're playing favorites or you're operating against us, so that we're just really cognizant of that, and that it is transparent, it is fair, there's no, you had this compliance thing and you had one and you had 15 and we're ignoring the one with 15. You can see where people would be concerned. So I think the rulemaking's a really appropriate place to tease out these questions because the world changes, right? And it changes quickly. So thank you.
And for the record, Kellen Tardyweather, on that note too, that the developers can participate in the rulemakings. So if they feel strongly about this, then participate in the rulemakings and help council understand what they perceive the issue to be and participate in making it a better rule. Yeah. Okay, any other comments on applicant DPO comments? Okay, the applicant made comments also on the goal 3 exception that they feel strongly about. And I am going to, Sarah and I would like to have a conversation with council about it in the staff report. We don't recommend changes in response to the applicant comments, but it's just a staff report. And so Sarah and I wanted to just open it up to have a discussion about that. So Sarah's going to lead that.
Okay, so bear with me. I'm just going to give you like 90 seconds setup to the comments. So this proposed solar facility is proposed to use or occupy 7,026 acres of arable land on exclusive farm use zoned land in Wasco County. And I'm sure you're familiar. So the conditional use requirements for a solar facility on arable land limit the size to 20 acres. That's clearly less than 7,026. And the acreage thresholds established in Wasco County's Land Use and Development Ordinance, Chapter 3, Section 3.215M. So as you know, a solar facility can not comply with this acreage threshold if the council can find that a goal exception can be granted. If you agree to grant that goal exception. And so we typically see reasons exceptions. For a reasons exception, there are 3 substantive parts that you have to make affirmative findings on. The first one is that you have to find that there are reasons that justify using more than 20 acres of arable land for an energy facility rather than agricultural use. The second is that you have to find that the use would not result in negative economic, environmental, or social or energy consequences. And then lastly, that you have to find that the proposed use would be compatible with other adjacent uses. The applicant's comments on the DPO were specific to the reasons portion of those 3 components. So that's what we're going to focus on. In the application, in the land use exhibit, the applicant proposed 5 reasons for consideration. In the draft proposed order, we recommended that you find 2 of those reasons were justifiable, recommending rejection or non-justification for the other 3. So the applicant's requesting reconsideration of 2 of the 3 that we recommended be denied. Okay, so the 2 reasons, and I'm just going to say them in statement form and then we'll boil it down. So reason number 1, the facility will create local economic benefit to landowners, local government, and local agricultural economy. We'll call this local economic benefits reason. And then the second one is that the facility would impose minimal impacts to other resources protected by council standards or minimal impacts to other resources. Okay, so the first reason, the local economic benefit reason, that's evaluated on page 140 through 142 of your proposed order. And so I just want to go through the facts that were evaluated. They're provided in the land use exhibit and evaluated in the proposed order. So Related to economic benefit to landowners, there's 3 underlying landowners associated with the proposed site. One of those landowners confirmed that lease payments would be used to reinvest into their ag operation. The other 2 said they may use their lease payments for ag purposes. Related to the local government, the applicant identifies that the existing tax payment to the county from the land is $12,000 per year. And then based on their evaluation at full build out, the project would result in $6.3 million in taxes per year, or $258 million over 40 years. And then they walk through an analysis that, it makes it quite a bit of assumptions, but they've said, ag sales in the county represent 6% of the local economic output. And it's reasonable to assume then that property taxes would go towards a public works fund, which would then ultimately improve roads, weeds, and pest services, benefiting the ag community. So they're saying, tax payments will eventually support the ag community. And then related to the local agricultural community, they indicated that they may use local contractors for weed control and mowing at the site, and that would have an indirect benefit to the ag community. They estimated these expenditures would be about $160,000 a year, or $10 million in indirect over project lifetime. So, the council's had a lot of experience with the local economic benefit reason. Nearly every project offers this reason. We've had experiences where once a project was opened back up, the county came and said, there's no local economic benefit. So we kind of had our eyes open to go, you know what, this should be evidentiary, and there needs to be a clear demonstration that the local economic benefit will go to that's impacted, go to agriculture. Clear, not just assumptions and promises. So in our review of the information that was provided, we recommend that you reject this local economic benefit that, for these reasons. Only 1 landowner said that they would use the money for ag purposes. No contracts or letters or otherwise firm commitments were provided about using local services that could result in an indirect ag benefit. And then related to tax payments, there were no clear representations, no coordination with the county. There's no evidence to support that the tax payments could in fact benefit the farming community. It could or could not. So I'm going to pause there because it will generate money. The question of whether there's a clear benefit to the ag community is the one that we had. And just to highlight, one of the reasons that we are recommending you support is that use of the site results in minimal impacts to ag. So they're drawing a connection of there's not even an economic impact to ag, but that's a different reason. Yes, we agree to that. So it's not a sunstone, you have an amount to offset and a mitigation. That actually isn't at play here. You want to use local economic benefit as a reason, there has to be an ag benefit, and we don't know that there is one. So, any discussion?
Councilor Byer.
It's my understanding that we have other reasons,
There are other
exceptions that you're recommending that we adopt, and probably access to transmission is always at the top
Right,
of the
local,
list. And I can't
locational
remember-
dependency.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I can't remember the second one.
Minimal impacts to ag.
Okay, so 2, and that's what we've said in the past is all new.
Right, more than
We
one.
also consider the economic, social, environmental,
Right.
and energy consequences, which you can bundle these local economic benefits into that assessment, which they have to demonstrate. So it feels a little like double dipping when you do it as an exception and do it as part of the EC analysis. There's nothing illegal about that, but they've made their findings on transmission and the minimal impacts. And again, it's always that concern about setting precedent where in another situation, we might be forced into a position of finding a local economic impact or benefit as one of the only reasons for an exception. So I'm kind of leaning to where you are. I understand why you would make this linkage, but where you don't have the direct relationship here, I'm sure a smart economist could make that direct linkage, but here we have two reasons to support an exception. So I'm leaning with your analysis.
Okay.
Vice Chair Collins.
Sorry, can I make one response to that?
Yes.
So for the record, Todd Cornett. And if an economist did make that, that might be evidence enough to be able to show that.
Yeah.
But again, as Sarah pointed out, there's no evidence, right? So they could do a much better job of providing evidence to justify that. But on the record, as Sarah mentioned, it's speculatory at best at this point.
Vice Chair Condon.
Thank you, Cindy Condon, for the record. And I agree. I'm a little different than Councillor Byer because I'm firmly over. I'm not leaning towards your analysis, but I'm firmly there. I think there's a distinct difference between the evidence provided for two reasons and a future will that, which is really mine. Once we grant the exception, correct me if I'm wrong, it's granted. And so, yeah, to me, there's not evidence in what they presented on those two, and that the two reasons suffice.
Right.
Really. So, and thank you for really bringing it back in more specificity to say this is why we did it this way.
Good explanation. And I'm with you.
Okay. Okay, so any other discussion? There's just one other reason they commented on it. It's not as lengthy. So the second reason that the applicant made comments on is the use of the site would result in minimal impacts to other resources protected by council standards. This is evaluated on page 142 and 143 of the proposed order, again, where we've recommended that the council find this isn't a justifiable reason. So the base of the argument or of the presented reason from the applicant is that the use of the site has minimal impacts to soil, wetlands, fish and wildlife habitat, threatened and endangered species, scenic resources, and cultural resources, and that they highlighted this at the hearing, but tried really hard to identify a suitable habitat mitigation site. And in the proposed order, we agree with the applicant, except for the potential for use of the site to result in impacts to soil, wind and water erosion, and then impacts to Category 2 habitat. So this use of the site at full build out would result in permanent impacts to about 4,600 acres of Category 2 habitat. At Category 2, the mitigation ratio that's applied to achieve a net benefit results in an obligation of 6,700 acres of habitat mitigation. So it's really driven by this extent of mitigation obligation that doesn't feel so minimal. It's actually humongous. So we disagree that use of the site results in minimal impacts to other resources. In the applicant's comments, they say this is inconsistent with what you've done before. There's precedent for this. They cite the West End Solar Project, Madras Solar Energy, and Sunstone, which did in fact use this reason to justify that the site, that a reason's exception could be granted. And those sites were different from their habitat mitigation obligation. West End was mostly Category 4 and 5. With a maximum of 20 acres at Category 3. Sunstone only had 40 acres yellow rose bush is impacting nearly 5,000 at category 2. So we think that if you look at those facts of those other projects, you can see the difference and there's no issue of precedent. So we are maintaining, not disagreeing with this reason, but want to certainly get council's feedback or questions.
Comments?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so we are moving on then to applicant to comments and commenters, comment topics, applicant responses and department recommendations. I think we started at about 12:05. We're going a little bit long, but just keep in mind, when we slated the time for the presentation, we have to do that with our production cycle. And then we got the comments, and it's a little bit more than we had slated for us, but I'll try to keep it succinct. Again, if council wants to stop and talk about any of these at any more detail or length, we can go there. We can look at other materials. I can pull them up on my computer. We're good for time. Okay, I told you 2 hours. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so I don't want to, and in the staff report, it was a very long table format because we love our overly complicated tables. But it's just the best way to make sure that we don't miss something. As I kind of alluded to in the beginning of the presentation, we got some good comment letters, but they really did kind of like blend topics and impacts. So in that table, in the staff report, I did my best to kind of associate the comment or facts or issue raised with what standard it would be best live under. So there were, this slide is issues of water scarcity and availability, and so this kind of, in the staff report, I pack it away mostly with public services, because that's where we deal with water most of the time. However, there is a nexus with the water rights section where you see wells conditions, and then also some of the commenters brought up water in the context of fire, right? So there's a lot of blending. But the issues with water scarcity and availability was inconsistent information in the application, and that there were adverse impacts of water use without mitigation, concerns of water withdrawals from wells, and then concerns about water availability during operation that was also associated with kind of inconsistent information in the application. And this kind of goes back to what a complete application means, and then what we actually say in the DPO, and the fact that, remember, we will have impacts, but can we mitigate? Can we reduce? Well, can we avoid, reduce, and mitigate those impacts? So the applicant and department responses is that we have an existing condition in the DPO. This condition is now, I would say, it's air quote, we discuss them as like template conditions. And it's the water availability condition. Prior to construction, an applicant has to demonstrate or they have to represent what their actual quantities of water would be, and legally available and viable sources for those water. And they have to demonstrate that they have contracts on where they can get that water, and that those public or private service providers are able to meet that demand without diminishing their ability to continue to provide their service. I mean, those words aren't in the condition, but that's the intent of tying it to the public services standard. And so that's what that says. However, we often focus on, construction water, because the amount of water needed in construction is so much more significant than operational water. And they do represent that there will be an on-site well. And so we do have water rights conditions, which route to Oregon Water Resource Department rules that are associated with limits on withdrawals for on-site wells, as well as maintaining like a well log and recording. However, there was inconsistent information in the application. So one of our recommendations in the proposed order is to reconcile that just in the findings. And then we are recommending adding an additional public services condition, much like the one we see for construction, but for operation, that says prior to operation, confirm how much water, approximately how much water you're going to need and where are you going to get that from? Those, what legally available sources will you get that from? Yes, Councilmember.
Thank you. Just a quick observation. I know we ran into this issue on another project where it wasn't quite clear where the water was coming from. It's a very legitimate concern raised by the public, and I think these conditions go a long way in addressing it, to really set the expectation for the applicant that they need to show us where the water's coming from, and that they won't impact other users directly. Thank you.
Well, that is the storyline of where our template condition came from. I believe it was when we were reviewing something for Boardman to Hemingway, but then there was a comment associated with that was associated with the Wheat Ridge Energy Facility. And so just from those concerns, we keep on looking at that condition. But I think we aren't tweaking it. So it's good, you know, so it is, I feel comfortable with our condition, because also we don't want to continually change conditions. We would be guys to that everybody has the same condition, and to demonstrate that it works, we shall see. Always trying to do better. Right, okay. These comments and my responses are very much blendy with those two slides in the very beginning that are associated with notions and impacts of where the facility is actually located. I think a lot of the answers to some of the concerns about erosion, runoff, slopes, impacts to waterways are the appropriate response is clarification about the actual location of the facility. So we do recommend some findings just it's all in the order already, but just really clarifying and pulling it out in some places. There were comments that comprehensive soil erosion studies needed to be done, and erosion modeling, that borings, laboratory testing, compaction characteristics needs to be done, you know, to adequately be able to restore the site and construction suitability. So our response, and so it's soil protection, it's the structural standard, it's a little bit blendy there, but it is, so I kind of put it all together in one part in this slide, but I think I separated out a little bit more in the staff report. So as far as, you know, clarifying the location of the facility, and this goes to the site boundary goes to the ridge line. We are then inset with just land or the habitat mitigation area in between that, and then the fence line, and then a 50-foot vegetation buffer. And then we also, I had mentioned some of the other setback requirements of where this under land use of where facility components are allowed to be constructed with respect to slope. So all of that would be complied with. So there's not actually construction on steep slopes, because all of this, the comments are very valid, and that becomes more of a concern if you're doing ground disturbing activities in very steep areas. But there are conditions addressing that wouldn't happen on site. That and I think the average slope on site is about 7.6%. So it's generally the actual place where the facility components would be located or the solar panels is relatively flat. Also, in preparation of the application, Exhibit H, as required by rule, the applicant consulted with Dogami, and Dogami provided additional information about or requests and suggestions for them to supplement in Exhibit H, which is then what appears in the Exhibit H, which is information about structural, consistent with almost all the other projects council's approved. There are structural conditions which require that prior to construction that a site-specific geological study will be done that conforms to engineering practices and Board of Engineers, et cetera, on the state of Oregon. And a lot of this, which I'll talk about later and had mentioned, is associated with that when these big energy facilities come in with an application, they are not in a final design state. So later on, final design is done. One of the things that informs final design is the site-specific geotechnical work. We end up getting that information, and it is something that just happens later. But part of that is those items, some of the items that are requested, it's going to happen. It'll happen prior to construction. You can't construct without it. So it's one of those items that the rules don't say it has to be included in the application, but what is a complete application when the information is adequate for the department to draft findings or recommend conditions of approval. And so that would be the condition of approval. And then again, typical and standard with most projects, there's a requirement for the 1200C NIPDES permit, which includes erosion and sediment control plans. So we have those conditions. And then in the applicant's responses, which were really long, but most of the length of those responses were in 2 attachments. So their responses was like 7 or 9 pages. And then they attached an example of one of their emergency safety plans. And then they attached an example of a DEQ 1200C permit. And I'm not sure who found their way there to look around, but I think it actually really is a good, because we rely on that permit for a lot, right? But there's a lot of stuff in there. And all of that applies to any of the construction through restoration for the facility. So the applicant provides that as an example. And I do think that it's good to go, and I recommend go in there and look around just to understand all that is required to do underneath that permit. So the department recommends, we don't even recommend any condition changes in response to these comments, but we do make recommendations of updating some findings, of clarifying some of the additional measures that are in a 1200C permit. So there were lots of comments about wildfire, that there's inaccurate analysis and insufficient information, primarily that there's outdated data, and that for some of the data tables and the maps, there's a lot of missing space. There's like no data. There's no color there. It's like there's no data for it. So how informative can that actually be? There are concerns raised about impacts to fire departments. They're not trained for solar fires and run by volunteers. Inadequacy of the amount of water trucks. And that the wildfire mitigation plans are incomplete because they would be finalized at a later date. So, one second here. In the applicant's responses, one thing, in application Exhibit W includes information of wildfire. We encounter this often where just like through the process of submitting an application, and then when you get to complete, there might actually be updated data, but then you're just always, you got to stop at some point and just be satisfied with the information that you have. The turnaround on this one wasn't very long, right? Preliminary to complete was only a year. That said, the reliance, it's the Community Wildfire Protection Plan on the Oregon Explorer mapping tool that is used, we've seen typically for a lot of facilities to produce their wildfire information and mapping for council's exhibits is based off of this 2018 data. I'm not going to go back into the story, but there was just the evolution of how that data was rolled out to the public and then updated later and then rescinded, and then what was actually available. It's been a little bit of a ping pong. So the data we had in the application was based on 2018. However, in the DPO, we do, we summarize what they said, but we also looked at Wasco and Sherman counties, community wildfire protection plans, and we wove in some of their findings and conclusions of wildfire in that area. So we do, the applicants represents their wildfire analysis, and then we do our analysis in the DPO, taking into consideration their facts and doing what we do is evaluate it. So I believe in the applicant and and I think that that's what some commenters were pointing at, is that I think that it's like a wildfire of moderate maybe in the application. But what we recommended council find in the DPO is that it's moderate in wet seasons, but it's actually high in the summer months based on the information and the analysis presented in the DPO. So, but in response to the comments, the applicant provides an updated wildfire analysis because the data source and the mapping tool actually has updated information. So they provide that, but then draw to their same conclusion, which is still not the conclusion we recommended in the DPO. That's fine. But we're recommending updating that wildfire analysis, but it doesn't change our overall recommendation of moderate in wet months and high in the summer months. The applicant proposes a condition addressing training for emergency and fire. So this is in response to several comments commenting that these volunteer firefighting and emergency responders aren't trained specifically in electrical fires, battery and solar facilities. So the applicant proposes they frame it as a condition of advanced training specifically on those. And then they also say that they would, if the agencies that they're working with are, if they're able to figure it out, that they would also then compensate the people for attending those trainings. So we're recommending that not be a condition. We're recommending that be a change in the wildfire mitigation plan or clarification, because over in the wildfire mitigation plan, there's already trainings in there. So we would just be then building this in to that. We have a.
Hi, for the record, this is Marcy Grill. And just for my own clarification, are they addressing things differently from construction versus operation?
Yes, they did. Well, one, we have a construction wildfire mitigation plan. We'll just call it a WMP, and we have an operational WMP. And their representation is for construction and operation. Yeah. And then the applicants also proposes additional mowing and vegetation management restrictions during fire season. Again, we wouldn't put that in a condition. We're recommending that go into the wildfire mitigation plan as well, because there's already provisions for vegetation management in that plan. With respect to the comment about the water truck, the wildfire mitigation plan specifies the water sources on site. It's not limiting to one, it says water sources. And then it also includes, it makes sure that there's specifications for the water source, that there's hose, nozzles, pumps, so it could actually, put out a fire. That said, how construction usually is phased is that it gets built out in certain segments at a time. It's not a site-wide. And that would be one of those things that would be when we're reviewing the plan and when they tell us what their construction plan is, if for some reason they're like, we're gonna build the whole site out, everything all at the same time, we'd be like, oh, okay, you need like 6 water trucks. But if they're like, we're gonna do the substation and O&M building, generally your water source is going to follow where your construction activity goes. So it'd be commensurate with what they're proposing for construction. So, okay, so the last one is, well, paraphrasing here, you can't meet the standard because the wildfire mitigation plan isn't complete, right? And so this goes into, and it also goes into council member Byers, and we are going to have a place where we respond to your comment on the DPO, and this goes into that delegation of council authority under ORS 469-402. And I'm kind of launching off of it here because I think it's best to have, context for the response. So in the proposed order, we are going to recommend changes clarifying what you requested about when it is appropriate to exercise this council's delegation of authority for the department to review and approve plans. So I'm just going to read a little bit here. It's 469, 402, and this is a little bit paraphrasing, but if the council elects to impose conditions on a site certificate that require subsequent review and approval of a future action, the council may delegate the future review and approval to the department if, in the council's discretion, the delegation is warranted under the circumstances of the case. So what I think some of the interesting words there are that, you know, if you decide to impose a condition in the site certificate, which is interesting, to go back to the complete application, right? It's right if the information's adequate to, you know, make findings or impose conditions. So we know we're there. We're imposing conditions that require a future review and approval of a future action. So review, approval of a future action. So I think that those are some interesting words. So and in our, we've had discussions about this, and I do think that it's worth making sure that it's clear when and how this is exercised. That said, you know, I think some of the circumstances that we have to consider with these big energy projects are, which I've mentioned before, one, they're very large and complex energy facilities. And when the developers come to council, facilities are often about 30 or 40% designed. 30, they have a 30% design, right? And a lot of that design, like, and I showed you that map that actually showed the location of the solar panels. If you look at that, if that's 30% design, that 30% design does also represent avoidance measures where all of the wetlands and waters of the states are avoided by that. And so you can actually get pretty detailed with a 30% design for you know, impacts to resources from surveys that council requires. So, but that's where we're at. And only later on are there final engineering geotechnical studies, and then these the final engineering that all inform one another for your final designed facility. That is just the nature of it. Two is the time frame for council's approval and actual construction, if at all, of an energy facility, right? So we know that if council approves a facility, they have 3 years to begin construction and then 3 years to complete it. So it might be 6 years until you actually have an operational facility. And then, you know, items and that things change on the ground in that time. One, are they able to tie into the grid, and do they have a viable facility? Two, if it took 3 years, there are items such as like Washington ground squirrel surveys need to be updated every 2 years. So there's some things that just would necessitate needing to be updated in that time gap. So there's circumstances that it is logical that that you can't have a final end product in front of you, and nor would you, because something would change over time. So I think in a matter of practicality, every condition in the site certificate has a nexus with 469, 402, in that in some way, council is delegating the department to say, you know, yes or no to something. There are some, and maybe if you look at it like a spectrum, there's some that are some conditions where, for instance, with like a third-party permit, we're not reviewing and approving. If the condition requires a submission of a third-party permit and it's an ODOT permit, we aren't going through that permit and approving it, right? They're to submit, and so we're going, this is what it said, and we got it. Now, can we later on go into demonstration of like compliance with it? Anyhow, but then you get into, then you get into conditions that route to a mitigation plan that would need to be updated later based on that survey information, or may have a plan amendment associated with it, which is where I'm at with the response for the wildfire mitigation plan. It has to be updated based on your final design of your facility, the facility that is actually located as built on the ground pre-operation. And the wildfire mitigation plan has a plan amendment clause in it, which we've talked, Sarah had her agenda item for Montag Solar. Conditions and mitigation plans that have a plan amendment, I would say have a more substantive, like are more closely tied with the 469, 402, because they're requiring a review and approval of a future action. And our practice is to, as Sarah Esserson talked earlier, to come to council with those. So that is, so we will clarify that, and that is my response to finalize later. Does council have, that was my wildfire comment. Does council have any comments about wildfire? No, okay. So there were quite a few comments about impacts from traffic and roads in this area. There were concerns about specific routes being used and experiences from the nearby bake oven, construction of the bake oven energy facility, and just questions about how will roads be restored. So I think we aren't recommending any changes. The applicant has one response, which we are recommending a change, but in general, it's one of those things where the information is already there. Public Services Condition 2, which is a condition that requires a road use agreement, already precludes using contentious access points that were raised and access routes that were raised in the comments. And then we also have Public Services Condition 2 requires the road use agreement, which the concerns about how will roads be repaired or maintained and repaired are all captured in the road use agreement. The applicant pointed out that they do have a draft construction management plan, and it is part of the exhibit. We didn't include it because what you find is in between a road use agreement and the ODOT permits, most of the things in your traffic management plan are in one of those. However, they pointed it out. Our recommendations are that we are going to weave that in to that road use agreement to be, attached to it, just to make sure that nothing's lost. And that's traffic impacts. Emergency services. So the administrator for Southern Wasco County Ambulance Service raised issues that they're, again, another volunteer-based agency, and that impacts, safety issues at the facility could impact the ambulance service, and that they are the primary service provider in the county. And then there were other concerns about volunteer departments, limited water supply, and then the lack of training specific to battery and solar technology. So in the applicant's response, they actually provide, a statistical analysis of the probability of a severe accident necessitating an ambulance on site, and like the probability of it, and that it would be pretty low. In their responses, they include attachment 1, which also includes an example safety plan for construction for one of their other facilities, which includes all of the safety measures and precautions. We have existing in the DPO already. We had existing land use conditions, 8 through 11, that require submission and adherence to an emergency and response plan. We do recommend updating some findings in response to those, just clarifying some of the items that would be in that kind of corporate safety plan. And then the applicant responds that they are coordinating with the ambulance service and commits to maintaining the dialogue with them, and that they're amenable to contributing financially to them. And then, as I mentioned, in the wildfire mitigation plan edit, that the trainings that are the advanced trainings specific for battery and solar, it's not just the fire departments, it's the emergency service personnel as well. So that change is also recommended in response to this.
Thank you. So if the applicant says, yes, we're going to maintain dialogue and whatever, and it's not in a condition of ours, might be a finding that, so what if that communication doesn't happen and, you know, things fall apart and emergency services are more than they, provided, I guess, included in the, findings of fact. What is the process for that? I mean, there's not a condition related to it necessarily. There's not a mitigation plan, call out compliance.
Well, aside from the, you know, the on-site, you know, safety and emergency response plan. So I would say that is the right? You have your procedures in place on site to mitigate needing to use that service. But what you're saying is, well, what if they need to use the service?
No, what if you know, there's a statement made, we're going to continue to communicate, whatever, work closely with them, and that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
What requires that? If we don't have a condition for it?
Well, it's, you know, this is a little, it's interesting because this is, to me, is the one that's a little bit gray, right? So so it's in between a representation and, so I think I think it's open for conversation. It's a little bit difficult because do you have a demonstration of an adverse impact to a public service provider? I mean, they're saying it may, but then the applicant's like, oh, well, chances are not. And we have the safety plan, but we'll work with them. But to me, I'm like, do you have enough evidence or facts that there definitely would be some adverse impact to the service provider? But then they're saying so I mean, you could do a condition that says, go and talk to them and tell us what your agreement is.
Well, I made a previous comment about, you know, an applicant saying we will or whatever. And now there's emergency services that says we think that, or somebody saying, we think this is going to increase demand on our emergency services, which we're really not equipped to handle. And that's a little bit different to me because at least as I see it, there's not an ability on our part to look at that 5 years later and when we can see that. It's hard to see evidence before a site is operational, right? So I don't know, just curious more than.
Secretary Cornett. Yeah, for the record, Todd Cornett, unless it's in a condition or it's in a plan that's required by a condition, it's not a requirement.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, you know, is it needed? That's probably the question. Is there a trigger for it to be needed? Again, another good question, but ultimately, unless you have that as a requirement, they don't have to do it.
Yeah, that I guess is my point. Thank you for saying it more succinctly. Is I'm not sure where it gets, where action can be taken. It sounds like no action if we don't.
Well, we haven't gotten to we're still working on this part.
Okay. Okay.
So your feedback is important.
Yeah, but if you feel, if the circumstances warrant it, whether it's annually or if there is some sort of triggering sort of event or circumstances that it happened, that should be put in a condition or, you know, be built into the plan that's required by a condition. That's where, again, looking for your feedback.
Yeah, I guess that is my point. Condition or compliance, you know, part of a plan. So it's meaningful.
Councilor Byer.
Is there some way we could require, fading, just an annual accident report or service report? So the ambulance went out there 15 times during construction. I guess it's really a construction issue more than an operation. So that then, and that having that reporting would trigger a response, either by the local government to the local service provider or a response by the certificate at that point. So at least we know, you know, the applicant feels like it's a very low-risk operation, which it may be, but when you have 300 construction people on site at once, there's room for error. But would that information help us craft a condition, I guess is what I'm saying, if there's something that triggers some alternative behavior?
Well, I think as Secretary Cornett and Councilmember Byer, as you mentioned, I think it's logical to have some sort of trigger. I think that an interesting thing here is, well, but we'll noodle over it and do outreach if need be. We can try to find out if there's any instances in other facilities. So I think that, well, we haven't crafted this. This is an open part that we're still working on. Right. It's just, it's gray how it's proposed here now, and we do have to take into consideration, the analysis and then the emergency plan, and that we've also woven in the trainings, the advanced trainings that also includes compensation, because you could say, well, is that what that means? Anyhow. So, but I think that if we'll just take that and then we will produce something, but I totally agree. It's like halfway here. And so I think that we can take it and get something out of the representation without maybe going too far. And I'm just being vague because it is vague. Yeah.
Chair Howell, this is Marcy. So earlier today, we heard during our compliance report about an individual who was hurt, and I believe you said was airlifted out of Shepherd Flat. So in my day job, I watch fires, of course, is a big thing. I think some of this ties into, who ultimately the owner is, but you have compliance training that has to be done. Think about that individual who got hurt on a wind tower. I don't care how much training you do. We're talking about people, this is not their real job. These volunteer folks, like, they have their own homes and they're leaving their places. So I would just say, you can look up all the statistical data you want on OSHA or whatever, but when you start looking at the communities where these facilities are served, they're rural, they don't have resources. It's like, we know these things already. And I can use an example. The city of Weed, California, last year, for whatever reason, I don't know if it got damaged, lost, whatever. And I think it actually burnt in the fires. An organization donated a water buffalo to the city. And so I would say, how do you help them, whether it's a feel-good thing or reality, but they need more resources and tools. And I would just ask the developer to think of it from that way. Not that something bad's going to happen, but there isn't a margin of error. If we start looking at the statistics, that leading and lagging indicator kind of thing, and I don't want to go off the rails, but we could spend forever and ever and ever again. At the end of the day, you don't get a redo. I screw up stuff at work. I say, ooh, I'm sorry, I'm going to give you an extra check, or I hit delete and I fix it. Property, lives, thing, it's damning. So that would be my suggestion, is just ask them to don't look just necessarily from that perspective, but what can you contribute that is sustainable for the community to help.
Thank you. Okay, our last topic that there's quite a few comments on are comments that are associated with fish and wildlife habitat, the migration of deer and elk, understanding ODF&W's mitigation rules, and the next with our standard. And I'm just paraphrasing some of these. And again, they're, missing data, missing information on methods and data gaps, et cetera. So the applicant provides recommendations, and they provide a discussion of the coordination with ODF&W. This also was provided in the draft proposed order, and just reminding everybody that ODF&W's comment letters on the preliminary and complete application are attached to the orders. So they're there. You can see and in Exhibit P, the applicant discusses the work with ODF&W. So there was a lot of work that went into establishing the location and, restoration activities or anyway, success criteria of the habitat mitigation areas or HMAs. There's a lot of the location was driven by these priority wildlife connectivity areas. So I think that that is a really appropriate response for the people that were worried about mitigation corridors. This also has a nexus with the response about the proximity of the facility. And then there were, confusion about what ODF&W's habitat mitigation policy is, right? And so this kind of goes into my intro statement of these facilities will have impacts and it is permissible to mitigate them. Sarah went over associated with the goal 3 of the actual area impacted in Cat 2 and what the mitigation area is. Here is a map on the left. That is Ty Ridge. This is 15 miles approximately north of the facility. So that is one of the HMAs, and that figure that we saw before, the black hatched areas to the north and east of the facility are the other portion of the HMAs. So there's a lot that really went into the habitat mitigation areas, and ultimately ODF&W concurred, and we do also recommend that it is sufficient underneath the council standard in ODF&W's mitigation policy. And that is a summary. So in recommendations in response to these in the proposed order, we are not recommending any condition changes. We might have some clarification. There was a comment that there was a missing methodologies. The methodologies are there, they're explained, but we can add, a couple sentences into the proposed order to just clarifying how certain things were done. And so those we're going to recommend updating findings, but no substantive edits to any conditions. Is there anything else from the comments, DPO, or recommendation in the proposed order that council would like to see? Okay, so this is an application for site certificate.
Sorry, and just anything else that you recommend beyond comments, beyond, what kind of occurred at the DPO hearing. Again, the phase is your review of the draft proposed order to help us then write the proposed order, which or been working on, and a lot of the comments and kind of representations are work that's already been done on the proposed order. But again, what we want to make sure is that when we come back to you with the draft of the final order, it is representative of what you're already wanting to see. So this is an opportunity to, if there are things that you're concerned or interested in that weren't covered, please let us know. We want to know what those are because we want to make sure that those are reflected in the proposed order.
Councilor Byer.
Just a reminder, the delegation of authority and being very explicit about that. So the public knows, the applicant knows, and we know what we've delegated to you all, and that yes, this is perfectly legitimate, it's how we need to do business. And then to the extent that we can be responsive, right size to the local concerns. And I think Commissioner Grail made a good point about let's make sure we can be really responsive to the local concerns. And, training's great, but maybe the training needs to be local because people have day jobs, and just trying to right size those conditions and give the applicant kind of that food for thought, because people gave us a lot of input on this project, and I think we just need to respond to it.
Great. So this is an application for site certificate. Our next step, as we talked about, issuing the proposed order. When we issue the proposed order, we issue that with notice of a contested case. So it's an automatic contested case with an application for site certificate. And there'll be opportunity to participate in the contested case. So if we get those, then we're off on another pathway. If we don't get any, then we may see council sooner than later.
Vice Chair Condon.
So it's just my understanding, we captured everything that has been discussed here. But one of the things with respect to training, and I know there are experts, more expert people than me. But, if it's one-time training, is that sufficient? There be some, as volunteers change, especially volunteer fire departments, and then if you don't use the skill, you lose the skill, right? And so hopefully that's contemplated in any training discussion that is taken up.
Right now, it's pre-construction and pre-operational trainings and then annual trainings, just in our plan. And then they may have for their personnel in their emergency plan more frequent, they would have frequent trainings, but that's how we have it with the local emergency personnel right now.
Yeah, and just the conversation we had about the emergency services, that element, just as we go through those discussions so forward. Thank you.
Any other comments?
It's been, just so I had documented, but one of the things that I would say for the record, this is Marcy Grail. We're all many people are familiar that the Oregon Public Utility Commission requires the investor-owned utilities to have wildfire mitigation plans. It's a great place to look for ideas, to see data points, just something. And then many, from my understanding, many co-ops, PUDs, other utilities are voluntarily submitting them. And so if they look at how they can support in conjunction what already is there, and then all the weather warnings, we see them at the ocean, high wind warning, high this. Well, during certain times, many places you can't do any construction. And so a lot of construction outfits or the utilities will say, we can't be out doing our regular work. So that's when we do additional training and we find things there. So I think it just goes back to using information there, getting ideas and seeing if it's applicable in the areas that they're working.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's part of it. So we're on to the next item. Sunstone Solar Facility Appointment of Representatives to Agriculture Mitigation Fund Advisory Committee. This is an action item. Chris Clark, Senior Siting Analyst, will walk us through it.
Thank you, Chair Howe, council members. For the record, my name is Chris Clark. I'm a Senior Siting Analyst with the department. I supported the original review of the site certificate application for this facility, so supporting this part of pre-construction compliance. You've all heard a lot about the Sunstone Solar Facility today, but as a reminder, this site certificate was approved in November of last year, and it authorizes the construction and operation of a solar photovoltaic power generation facility on up to 9,442 acres of cultivated land that's zoned for exclusive farm use. There are, as part of the Goal 3 exception, the certificate holder represented that it would make a one-time payment of $1,179 per acre of farmland that ends up being occupied by the facility to an agricultural mitigation fund that'd be administered by the county. And the exact terms and requirements for that fund are explained in the memorandum agreement, which is included in your staff report. If I could get the next slide. One of the requirements of that memorandum agreement is that any funds only be distributed by projects that have been recommended by a 9-person advisory committee made up of different interest groups that have to do with farming in the county. And 2 of those representatives are to be appointed by the council, and those representatives are required to have subject matter expertise over statewide and regional agricultural issues pertinent to Morrow County dryland wheat farming. We have done some initial work in consultation with the Department of Land Conservation and Development, that's DLCD, and the Oregon Department of Agriculture to identify potential candidates. And we have identified 2 potential candidates for your consideration. So briefly, those candidates are Eric Oram. He is a farmer in Morrow County who serves on the State Board of Agriculture. Mr. Oram is a first-generation farmer. He grew up in Morrow County and has an associate's degree in marketing and business management from Blue Mountain Community College. He's been farming in Morrow County since 2001 and currently has in addition to providing custom farming and services for folks, he has a cow and calf operation, grows hay, and provides custom seeding and spraying. We do want to note that as we were reaching out to Mr. Oram, who was recommended by both the LCD and the Department of Agriculture as a good person to contact for this, he let us know that he does currently provide custom farming on a portion of the Sunstone site, and that he is under contract to provide custom seeding and spraying services at the site once it becomes part of the facility, and that he also just let us know that he is a farmer, and like any other farmer in the county, he may be interested in the projects that come out of this, but he was pretty transparent about that and also really reflected that his primary interest would be funding good projects that benefit all farmers in the county and progressive farming practices. And then our second candidate or recommended candidate would be John Jennings, who's Department of Land Conservation and Development's Community Services Specialist. Some of you may have interacted with John before. He's been on a number of our rulemaking advisory committees, also is one of our primary contacts at the LCD. John is John is an alumni of Redmond High School and Eastern Oregon University. He's been with the LCD since 1997, and before that worked for local governments, including Wallowa and Union counties. And his work at the LCD now primarily focuses on rural land use issues. John also let us know, as our state personnel are often have lots of competing demands. Hillary Foote, who's the LCD's farm and forest specialist, would also be available to serve as an alternate if needed. So those are our two folks that are recommended. I think that's really it for my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions? Vice Chair Condon?
Thank you. I don't have any objection to these two people, but I was kind of struck by Eric Oram's relationship with Sunstone, and will it present the optics of some sort of conflict? I realize that he doesn't recognize there may be a conflict, or just the relationship, his relationship with Sunstone. I'm just curious.
Thank you, Councilmember Condon. I will say, Mr. Oram actually brought it to us as he wanted to disclose it in case it was perceived as a potential conflict. What we are recommending these appointees to is an advisory committee that would make recommendations on how mitigation funds are dispersed, and that would happen regardless of who is providing services at the site. It also has to happen prior to conservation. We personally do not feel that there is a real conflict of interest. Whether or not there's a perceived conflict of interest that the council is uncomfortable with is something for you to discuss.
Yeah, I'm not particularly uncomfortable in it. So he's one of 9 people on the committee. So I get that. It's more optics, and I don't have much experience with that. So thanks.
Secretary Cornett.
Sorry. I also just wanted to indicate, we don't know who the other members are who've been appointed by the county. And it's likely, it's the same thing sometimes with council and other boards and commissions. You want people who are knowledgeable and understanding, and sometimes that creates close connectivity geographically, or, in terms of whatever the issue is, which can then create some, potential or perceived issues. So, I think that's just basically the nature of these types of things. But as Chris said, Mr. Oram was very clear and transparent. We also wanted to be very clear and transparent with this to make sure that the council, if you had any concerns, you don't have to appoint him. We would be happy to go out and find somebody else as well. We think he's uniquely qualified. But again, we want to make sure that everybody feels comfortable with that.
Counselor Perry?
Thank you, Chair. Patty Perry, for the record, I just wanted to express concern about an individual who has the potential of being in agriculture, has the potential of being allocated funds under this program for some kind of mitigation that he's doing on his farm or associated with the company. So it just seems like there should be some kind of restriction in place that would prevent that from happening. And then it would just be the advisory role. Sure.
Counselor Greer?
So for the record, this is Marcy Grail, and I can say I have extreme experience with this as the last gazillion years with Boardman and Hemingway. So as the council, Patty, you may not know this yet, but I recused myself from all the Boardman and Hemingway activities because at one point in my life, I worked for a utility that's associated with that project. And I won't make any presumption, but I think that I do add value here because of the work that I've done. And so if Mr. Orem was so mindful and willing to acknowledge it up front, I'm going to not lose my faith in humanity that if there was something that seemed odd or wrong, that he probably would say, you know what, I shouldn't vote on this, but his experience and we talk about it a lot. We're always looking out to the public, like who knows this? And so I am absolutely in favor of his appointment. And I would just say whoever's chairing that group, don't put him in a spot where he feels like he could be under the gun and acknowledge that he's willing to step up and serve.
Secretary Cornett?
And so again, we have a recommendation, you can, move to approve him as is. We don't have an alternative, which now that I'm talking about it, we could come up with an alternative, which is we could appoint him, but then require him to recuse himself if there was a vote on any projects that he would personally benefit from.
And Chair Howe, and Councilmember Perry, I do also just want to clarify, and sorry if I wasn't clear about this before, this advisory committee would make recommendations to the county on which projects are eligible for funding, but they would not be invested with any authority to make funding decisions themselves.
Perfect.
The county commissioner has also, or Board of Commissioners has also indicated that they'll be asking the committee members and their chair to establish their rules of procedure. And we would assume that that would include any ethical rules or processes for making those kinds of declarations. So I do just want to point out that if I wasn't clear before, this is not a committee to make funding selections. It is to recommend projects for eligibility for funding.
Chair.
Counselor Byer?
I move that we approve the two recommended candidates as presented by staff, given the clarification from Christopher Clark and from Secretary Cornett.
We've got a motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, so clarification. So Chris and I kind of talked about two different things. One was that we could amend the motion to require him to recuse himself. Motion doesn't include that now. What Chris said is it's a little more even than I was even thinking about. It's a little more detached. It's a recommendation, but then it's a county decision. The body is going to basically come up with their own rules. So you could either be proactive and state that in your motion, or you can simply rely upon that board to come up with their own rules to preclude that. And I would imagine there are others who are going to be or are appointed who are in similar situations.
Yeah, no, I'm recommending that we adopt the slate of candidates recommended by Christopher and based on his discussion that the ultimate funding decision is with the council commission. Thanks for the clarity.
Okay, so we've got a motion. Do we have a second? Marcy?
For the record, this is Marcy Grail. I second that motion.
Okay, you've got a motion and a second. Secretary Cornett, could you please call the roll?
Kent Howe,
Yes.
Ann Byer,
Yes.
Marcy Grail,
Yes.
Patty Perry,
Yes.
Cindy Condon.
Yes.
Motion carries, Mr. Chair. And again, I just, I appreciate the conversation. As with everything, we try to be as open and transparent as we possibly can be. And if there's any questions, we want it to be out there on the record.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Clark. Okay, I think we've completed the agenda
On time.
and on time, yeah. And is there any other comments for good of the order? Okay, let's see. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. The time is now 1:50, what does that say? 1:51.
151.
Uh,
Oh, no, 153.
1:53 PM, and the November 21st, 2025 meeting of the Energy Facility Siting Council is now adjourned.
That's good.